It's a beautiful day in the Manila studio, but an even wonderful time for some Valorant action. Welcome mga kaibigan to the Philippine local qualifiers in the Predator League. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para sa second day natin para malaman kung sino ang pinakabigating team sa TNC Cebu. Kamusta ka naman, Mochi?
Well, of course, okay naman ako ngayon, Ramon, lalong-lalo na I'm sure yung mga teams natin is well prepared already para sa ating mga laban for today. And kung hindi nyo pa nababalitaan, sila ay nasa Cebu. Right now, nako, parang isang beses lang is nasa Davao tayo. Right now, we're in Visayas and I'm sure na, syempre, dito nang galing yung ibang mga notable na mga players natin ngayon here in esports for Valorant. And I'm sure na merong mga uprising dyan ngayon and makikita natin kung ano ang kanilang mabubuga.
Of course, that means that a lot of the members of the community pwedeng makasali dito sa ating tournament. Siyempre, ang mga viewers din pwede makapag-register sa mga susunod nating mga qualifiers. Kung nagsimula tayo dito sa Cebu, pwede pa rin kayo sumali sa mga iba pang mga qualifiers natin. Mamaya, malalaman nyo kung ano yung magiging tournament format natin para magkaroon kayo ng napakagandang clarity sa kung ano yung magiging sitwasyon natin dito. But however, we do want to thank the very important people that have made Predator League very much possible, ang Games and Amusement Board. At meron tayong dalawa na representative from GAB na present ngayon sa TNC Cebu. Yan ay si Mr. Arnulfo Moriles at si Mr. Renz Aaron Vergara. Thank you so much sa GAB for making Predator League possible. Sana naman, Mr. Arnulfo at Mr. Renz, makauwi kayo ng Cebu na dyan pagkatating na dito sa Maynila.
What if lang naman, magkaroon tayo ng budol fight, no? Pinagkikwentuhan natin to kanina, no? Kasi biro mo kung saan-saan sila nanggagaling. Meron Davao, meron Cebu, tapos susunod ng mga legs natin, iba-iba pa yung mga panggigina. By the way, guys, kung kayo ay interested, open pa ang ating registration for our upcoming leg qualifiers. And in case lang naman na kayo ay nanggaling sa mga previous legs natin and hindi kayo pinalad na makapasok sa mga future stages natin, then readily available ang ating registration. Open pa! Ayun nga lang, dapat willing kayong lumipad.
Kaya nga Kasi may iba't iba po tayong mga places para sa ating on-site qualifiers. Pero wag nakakalimutan, kung hindi kayo makakalipad, pwede naman kayo maglaro online sa ating online qualifiers. Gusto na lang namin idiin yung tournament format para sa ating mga viewers ngayon. Para malaman nyo kung ano yung format for this year's Predator League. For we have 4 on-site qualifiers. Yan yung pinag-uusapan natin na sa iba't ibang places all over the Philippines. Talagang open ang mga qualifiers natin sa members of the community if they want to have a shot at the gold sa grand final stage natin. Also, sa 4 ng on-site qualifiers na yon, meron din tayong 4 na online qualifiers as well kung hindi kayo makakapunta sa ating mga on-site qualifiers. At sa lahat ng champion ng mga leg doon sa qualifiers natin, makaka-advance kayo sa group stage where you have the shot against the best of the best dito sa Predator League.
And syempre dito, ang top 2 na manggagaling dito sa kada group natin, dito sa phase 2 natin, syempre, magkakaroon ng chance na makapag-proceed sa ating playoffs na magkakaroon tayo or gaganapin dito for our Predator League finals ng APAC. So, nako, medyo bigatin na to kasi ibang mga races or ibang mga countries na ang kanilang mga makakalaban. So guys, be sure to look out for that one. And just for everyone's information, ang on-sites natin ay ginanap na noong nakaraan sa Digos. Ngayon ay tayo ay nasa Cebu. And sa September 23 and sa 30, magkakaroon tayo naman ng additional qualifiers for How Pampanga and as well as Dasmariñas, and both of these will be happening in our local TNC cafes.
So ngayon pa lang, sasabihin ko na sa mga GAB representatives natin na kapag next week pumunta kayo sa Pampanga, magdala na kayo ng sisig pang-uwi. Siyempre ready na sa pagkain natin. Sa Cavite, hindi ko nga lang alam kung ano yung higing specialty food nila. Pero okay lang yan kasi ang importante lang naman ay nandito tayo para i-celebrate ang ating mga malalakas na teams dito para sa ating Predator League qualifiers. Now, I do like to mention that this is also one of the 8 qualifiers that we have so far. So, if tatalo kayo dito sa Cebu, kung may budget kayo para pumunta sa Pampanga o kayo sa Dasmariñas, pwede naman. Pero kung hindi nyo naman kaya, edi mag-online qualifiers lang kayo dito. Register na kayo sa Predator Gaming over at Facebook para malaman nyo kung paano kayo makapasok sa ating mga susunod na qualifiers at kung gusto nyo ng second shot ng pumasok sa group stages natin.
Yeah, and for online naman, ang gaganapin naman yan sa month ng October with dates 7, 8, 14 and 15. Just for your reference, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure naman is they will be updated pagka finalo nila ang page natin on Facebook, which is Predator Gaming. So be sure to follow our page.
Ano pa yung pinaglalaban natin dito? Hindi lang naman yung plays to the group stages ang pinaglalaban natin dito sa qualifying stage natin. Gusto ko lang ipakita ang magiging tournament prize pool for the whole tourney. Ang lahat na mananalo sa ating mga bawat qualifiers, which is 8, makakapanalo sila ng 5,000 pesos as their first place prize. Not only that, they also qualify for the group stages dito sa Predator League. They will be seated with the best of the best dito sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang kwarto ng mundo. Also, after that, makakapasok sila sa PLPH Finals kapag nanalo sila sa group stages natin at doon ang mga pinakamabigatin nating mga prize doon sa ating finals.
Nakalatag na sa lamesa. All stakes are in here, guys. Dahil ang ating first place ay mananalo ng 250,000 pesos. And second place natin ay mananalo ng 100,000. And ang ating third place ay mananalo ng 55,000 pesos. And the same with our fourth place. So this is all amounting to a total of 500,000 peso prize pool. Kaya naman, guys, nako, shoot your shot na.
Yeah, shoot your shot indeed. Hindi tayo naglalaro ng basketball dito. Unfortunately, we are shooting our shot with just the Vandal, the Phantom, the Operator. Kung gusto mong mag-shot,
literal, no?
Okay lang din, di ba? Literal na shoot your shot nga naman dito. Kaya kung gusto nyo magkaroon kayo ng chance na makapanalo or makatalo ng mga best teams natin dito, i-register na kayo dito sa Predator League. Well, ano ba yung ating pinaghihintay? Let's take a look at our competitors sa ating naging araw sa TNC Cebu.
Yun?
Alam mo ba, kwentuhan lang kita, Mochi. Tanda mo yung MPH kahapon, yung ating naging finalist sa last nating qualifier. Nabalita ko, bumalik nga sila dito sa Cebu eh.
Oh, kumusta?
Natalo sila.
Ayun lang. Kaya lang layo pa na narating nila, no? But anyways, guys, ito ang ating mga teams. Nagsimula tayo kay Ikaw Ragang. Ikaw Ragang is ikaw lamang, di ba? Ano kayo yun eh? But yeah, Ikaw Ragang, Elementals, Agtang Bahog Singot, or Away Pawis, ang name nila. And we also have Astra Nebula, Cebu All-Stars, Hideout Gaming Hub, Astreus Esports, and Born to Win. And ngayon, ang maglalaban na lamang since nagkaroon na tayo ng advancements from that round, we have Ikaw Ragang and Agtang Bahog Singot for our first match for today.
Okay, well, ikaw Ragang at saka Agtang Bahog Singot. At saka sa susunod nating labang, Cebu All-Stars versus Astreus Esports. Para sad, no? That Born to Win didn't actually win yung kanilang top 8 game. Unfortunate para sa destiny nila. Mali mo makita natin sa susunod na qualifier nga naman, but anyways, we're just gonna be looking for the lobby na lang dito. Tayo lang natin kung makakapag-ready na sila sa lobby natin. Well, habang naghihintay tayo, why don't we discuss yung mga nangyari last week sa ating qualifying stage. No? Double Duelist was the meta and it was the dominating factor for a lot of the wins sa ating semifinals matches at saka doon sa ating finals, which, to be fair yun yung parang nagiging popular among teams kapag community yung sumasali sa mga qualifying stages natin. Gusto nila all in war, wala nang breaks, talagang pasok na kung kailangan nilang gusto yun, diba?
Pero yun nga is, nakita rin naman natin kung ano yung possible na drawback pagka ganun yung ginawa. Like, of course, pagka hindi mo nasimulan na maganda yan, there is a possibility na hindi na kayo makakabangon. Parang, you're already on the floor, tapos binubugbog ka na lang. But, yeah, that's part of the game as well. Siyempre, there is also a disparity in terms of their experiences. Kaya, minsan dun talaga nagkakalabanan dun nagkakalamangan But, at the same time, we had seen, like, sino bang mga nanalo na si Cookies and Cream, tsaka si, what's the name? Yeah, si MPH. And of course, is nakita naman natin, it's Cookies and Cream pa din, yung lumamang. It is the closest game that we have as of yet. And this time, I wonder kung magkakaroon ba ng malaking differences in terms of our scores, or is there going to be an absolute dominance na mangyayari from the teams that we just mentioned kanina?
Ang ibig sabihin nun, mga kaibigan, walang safe dito. Walang favorites, kumbaga. Everybody has a shot at winning. At yung naging protein natin last week ay napakita na agad ng lakas ng Cookies and Cream. Sila yung underdog ng storya nila sa kanilang TNC Digosh run at ngayon ay solidified na ang kanilang stance sa group stages natin. Magkakaroon ba tayo ng isang underdog? Well, to be fair, lahat naman ng nasa group stage natin ngayon underdog since not a lot of these teams are very much known and loved. Pero malay mo, eto na yung pinakauna nilang mark para malaman ang kanilang pangalan. Ang ating pinakaunang matchup, it is the qualifying semifinals At ito ay best of 1 lamang. So lahat ng mga games natin ngayon, para sa discretion ng mga viewers natin, ay best of 1. So kapag natalo kayo sa game na to, wala nang second chance. Unless makita ka namin sa Pampanga next week.
Unless mag-register kayo sa ating qualifiers na still ongoing, no? Open pa naman yon. Pero also, I just want to highlight that, no, na all we are seeing here at the current time are teams na hindi pa kilala.
Yeah.
So this is actually nice kasi parang lagi na natin nakikita si Team Secret, lagi na natin nakikita si Oasis, si Naos, si AVA, etc.
Yeah.
But there is still going to be this stage. Parang ito yung ano nila ano bang tawag natin dito?
Parang
audition.
Audition, kumbaga.
Parang audition. No? Are you fit to be a pro team? Or do you have the capacity or the qualifications to become a pro player? Parang we are looking for Las Vegas models. Mga ganon.
Para ako nakatalikod tapos
Lynn.
para nakatalikod tapos kapag naka-ace, doon ako kukunin yung buzzer tapos iikot bigla yung chair ko, no?
Parang The Boys. Pero ano naman to? The players.
Yeah,
Charis.
the players.
Parang
The teams.
Yeah, the teams.
The teams. Para malaman natin kung sino yung the best natin dito. But yeah, not a lot of expectations to be set dito. It's more of like ito yung kung sino yung magsiset ng bar para sa ating
Sila
magiging
na magsiset
susunod
nun.
na qualifiers. Exactly. Kung wala tayong bar holder, sila yung gagawa ng bar mismo. So that is one of the things that I'm looking forward to expect dito sa ating susunod na game. Ano ba yung hindi pa natin nalalaro na map? I don't think we played, ano ba yung mga map na laro natin last week? We played Lotus. I believe, nag-ascent ba tayo?
Actually, hindi pa.
Hindi tayo nag-ascent.
Hindi pa tayo nag-a-ascent. Ang
So,
ano
wala
pa lang natin, I think,
Pearl.
nag-pearl tayo. Mga new maps actually,
Yeah.
which is weird. Kasi, ito rin yung napansin ko, whenever I see international teams, especially from the West, lagi silang hirap sa mga newer maps.
Ganon.
Pero in terms of adaptability, pagdating dito sa APAC or kahit dito sa local scene natin, ang bilis nilang mag-adjust sa mga bagong mapa.
I mean,
Which is something really awesome for me. Kasi, biro mo, parang doon nakikita naman, mga Asian, different breed yan. Dating sa mga bagong mga bagay, adapt ka agad. Flexible yung mga yan.
I think it's just an APAC thing for us na kapag may bago na nakalagay sa table natin, try natin agad
Yeah.
Kumbaga parang may bagong dish na nilabas sa table mo, na bago luto na natin.
wow,
Tinatry lang. Oh wow, diba? Parang na-excite tayo na i-try.
Yeah.
Kaya nung lumabas ang Pearl nung una, parang na-excited tayo kasi it's a new way of approaching mid-control. Pero it's kind of the same structure that you would see on a map like Ascent, diba? May mid-control pa rin, pero may different ways on trying to approach the map itself. Pwede ka pupunta ng CT from that mid-connector, at pwede mo din silang intercept sa may beam na napakahaba. Kind of like yung bilong doon sa may blind, diba? So a lot of ways that you can approach this with a lot of caution, especially with the new maps that we have here. Pero in terms of new maps, diba? Dahil ito yung magiging last patch na laro ng mga pro teams natin before. They don't need to think about freeze. Hindi pa lalaro yung Sunset, mga kaibigan. They can play Deadlock, but mayroon akong trivia sa'yo, Mochi. Alam mo ba kung ano yung play percentage ni Deadlock sa VCT Champion?
Ano yun?
0%.
0%,
Hindi siya nilaro.
of course. Hindi siya nilaro kasi it's something new in the table. I mean, for Gecko kasi nakikita natin na i-integrate siya, pero paunti-unti pa lang. And when we are seeing some teams who actually play Gecko, they don't realize it at that instant, or hindi nila ni-realize agad that Gecko should be an agent na kung saan nagdedepende yung mga team niya sa kanya. I mean, we can say na yung mga abilities niya are really substantial or like for extra na tulong. But at the same time kasi kung hindi magre-revolve yung team niya para sa kanya or sa kanya is hindi mag-utilize na maganda masyado yung mga abilities niya to the point na mawi-waste lang siya. So, for Deadlock though, I feel like she is definitely an agent na kayang mag-work on her own. What do you think?
I think I disagree with that. I think the biggest reason why Deadlock is not working is because hindi siya kasing lakas ng kung ano yung ino-offer ng mga Sentinels ngayon sa meta. She's not as strong as a flank watch. Yung pinakamalakas niyang tool or yung pinakamalakas niyang area is yung kung paano siya nag-a-anchor ng isang side as a defender. Pero sa lurking ability niya, that depends on the player. It's not as a strength or on the strength of the agent itself, pero it's more of how the player will handle yung paglalurk ng Deadlock. On how she anchors her naman, she's pretty decent on how well she can defend the side, pero yung pinakamalaking factor na nakikita ko pa rin dito is can she hold as much as a Killjoy can with her swarm grenades? Oo, limited yung range pa rin, pero the fact that the turret can also hold a lot of shots in the pistol round, is also a really big factor into how pistol rounds can play out kapag kakalaban mo ang Killjoy. Kapag naman ng Cypher, invisible lahat ng util niya, so you can't just pick an easy site to push on through as fast as possible. You can say the same for Deadlock, pero hindi siya kasing lakas sa pag-a-anchor niya dito compared to a Cypher where it's just as flexible as possible. May smokes ba? Kaya, mga kaibigan, tapos na ang pag-uusap natin dito. Mukhang ready na ang mga teams natin pumunta sa Agent Select para sa ating pinakaunang semifinals. Joke lang, na masyadong excited.
Hindi pa pala. Pero ayun nga, actually, meron na tayong mapa. Binulungan na tayo ni Kuya Prod. But at the same time, guys, ako naman, personally, in terms of how I view Deadlock, I can say na Deadlock is powerful once na magkaroon ka ng team na mahilig gumawa ng mga last-minute executions. Kasi ang pro ni Deadlock is the fact na, yun nga, in case na you're on a defending, i-deadly na niya, i-deadly yung kalaban. But in terms of attacking, nandyan yung mga sensors, nandyan yung net, which really is there para makapang-slow ng yung mga opponents. But I feel like that really entirely depends on how the team would be able to manage to use the abilities, no? Pero in terms of the ultimate as well, yung ultimate is entirely dependent on the terrain of the map. Kung ano yung design, no? So siguro, depende siguro kung maglalaro ka sa mine, yes, it is a probable pick, pero in maps like Split, medyo delikado gumamit ng Deadlock.
Sobrang delix nga naman.
For ultimate pero for other abilities, kaya naman.
Marami kasing corners na pwede mong
batuhan. Dahil kasing corners na pwedeng batuhan, and it's a hit or miss. Kasi when I tried that, when I saw someone tried using the Deadlock, hindi mo magagamit yung ultimate mo, not unless na meron kang sure, like 101% na nandun talaga sa location na yun yung opponent mo. Because if not, it is actually kailangan accurate yung pagbato mo dun sa ultimate. Because if not, it's gonna miss talaga. And the information that comes from your team should be exact. Like, for example, Akeo, Asova, diba?
Sova lalo na kasi scan agent yun eh.
Not Akeo pala. But si Sova lang pala. Exactly.
Sova Fade, yun ang ibig mong sabihin talaga. But I don't really see play in Split kapag ka Fade at saka Sova ang yung pinag-uusapan natin eh. Which I can argue Split being Deadlock or one of her best maps nga naman in terms of her defensive power. Pearl being one of the more popular positions or the popular maps that I could see Deadlock be played in. Ascent, I don't think so. I think Killjoy is still gonna be king or queen nga naman dun sa mapang yun. Si Cypher, he can be anywhere. I think he's also one of the strongest agents that we can see dito.
Actually, nagtaka ako kung bakit hindi siya ni-nerf. Kasi for me, Cypher is really
strong.
Di lang strong, like it's very flexible in terms of kung anong site mo gustong i-cater niya, kung anong area dapat siya magbabantay, even when you want to avoid some flanking from your opponents, kayang-kaya niya i-cater with the camera as well. Kaya niya mag 1v3 to be honest, if you're good in terms of positioning. But I'm quite wondering why they did not nerf Cypher. I feel like they just really wanted to up the pick rates of Cypher more kasi even if na daing pinagdaangang hirap ni Killjoy in terms of nerfing, pinipilit pa rin siya.
Marami pa rin. Kasi yung pinakamalaking naging nerf lang naman niya was yung kung ilang ult orbs yung kinailangan para sa lockdown you could just get another extra kill o kaya get another extra ult orb and you're fine. It's still gonna be the same thing. You still have the lockdown. It's still I think like averagely 2 uses sa isang half mo gagamitin yung Killjoy lockdown kung aggressive kang Killjoy. But maybe she still has the place in the meta. We just still think that Cypher will still be a really strong pick sa ating magiging qualifiers, but we'll have to wait and see. Yun nga yung papiliin nga natin dito. For duelist nga naman, ito yung pinaka-hot topic natin, Mochi. Jet, na-nerf siya. Yung dash niya na nerf, yung updraft niya, isa lang. Tapos yung cloud burst, pabilis lang. Sa tingin mo ba, nerf to the ground si Jet?
To be honest, oo. Pero at the same time, I can see the reason why they nerfed Jet like that. Kasi in terms of how the abilities are available from our past patches, it's more like the fact na, once again, just use this ability, eto magre-replenish to pagtatapos ng 2 kills mo. Parang ganon. It's pretty same as the raise mechanic, pero at the same time kasi for Jet users right now, talagang pag-iisipin na nila or they want to make the player or the Jet mains more accountable and what abilities they need to use. Para na, this is where their decision making comes in na hindi lang nila iisipin yung kanilang mga kampe, kailangan isipin na rin nila yung sarili nila. Pretty similar of how the usual agents are being played right now.
Yeah, tamang-tama. Tamang-tama lang din ang ating magiging timing para sa ating draft phase, mga kaibigan. Nalaman na natin kung ano yung mga prime agents. At dito
Yun.
na may papakita. Walang jet at all sa mapang bind. Makes sense. Raze is queen dito sa mapang ito. Entry potential is still very much on a high note dito sa ating duelist pick. Pero what about the operator na meron sa kanilang team? Si Agtang Bahog Singot, nag-pick up na ng chamber. Siya yung magiging primary offer para sa ating team dito sa bind map. And I like that we are seeing a double controller comp as well. It kind of makes sense kasi bind is a kind of map that you will want to have perfect resets, diba? You could bait out the team with using the early wall from the Viper, pero pwede mo din silang ilurkan. Gamitin yung effort na yun para magkaroon ng presence on one side of the map, but you can also try to get picks on the other side, trying to use the Brimstone as sort of a beacon of hope. Kapag namatay yung Viper, may second smoker pa kayo at pwede nyo i-reset.
Actually, what I want to highlight here as well is the difference in terms of the double initiators and the double controllers on both teams. And the fact na we know how it is difficult na gumalaw sa bind map when you have a couple of controllers can compensate with a couple of initiators na meron si ikaw, Ragang. And alam naman din natin na talagang mabubulag at mabubulag ka with the Sky and the Fade and the Mix. But at the same time, I feel like kayang-kaya pa rin siyang i-counter ng Agtang because of the fact lang na, you know, with the existence of both of our duelists, parang meron ding difference in terms of would they more on go for the defense or the offense. Kasi with the soul change na wala sa kanilang nagpapossess ng mga anti-flank na abilities, I feel like that's also a factor of as well, except lang dun sa nag-iisang trademark na pwedeng ma-offer nung chamber.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, the chamber is the only hard senti that we have.
Yeah.
But is it really the kind of stopping power that you would want in a team, diba? Malalaman na lang sa performance ng magiging chamber natin dito. Mantikon ka na masabing duelist.
Parang nga na pseudo-duelist na kasi siya.
Kaya nga, si Piplap na kumuha ng chamber will be tested sa ating magiging team comp dito. Double initiator nga naman. So that operator mamaya will be tested, challenged by ikaw, Garang, para dito sa ating magiging next game. Eto na, Nochi, mukhang nagiging ready na yung parehong teams natin. We have expectations for both the double controller comp, a lot of resets, as well as the initiator comp. That's a lot of firepower into the mix. Papasok na lang sa site at yun na lang yung magiging win condition. City side, magsisimula ang double ini natin for ikaw, Ragang. At patetest ang T-side para sa EBS. Hindi yan studio ha. Yan yung team na papasok dito sa laban natin mamaya.
Yes, of course. And ngayon ko lang napansin, meron palang player dito from University of San Jose Recoletos. Nung gahanap ako ng info about sa kanya at the moment, but for now, mag-focus muna tayo sa possible na laban dito kung saan sa A-side ata sila magko-commit. Lahat ng mga abilities natin ay nilalatag na, and yun nga lang, yung iba sa kanila, medyo may mga galos na, but at the same time, there's still a lot of time for them to work with. But, nako, nagsimula na. There's already a trade here between the two sides, and there is a possibility na medyo mahihirapan si IRG na mag-retake dito. But, nako, never mind, with all of the abilities na meron pa sila, mukhang medyo mahihirapan talaga na pumalag dito si ABS.
Oh man, what a wall. They got separated apart, but look at Takumi and his trade. A triple kill, 1v3, brain freeze. Ito nga naman ang kanyang moment, kaso sinabugan siya agad ng paint shell. It is the first round win on the board for ikaw, Ragang. And look at brain freeze, man. Hindi mo napansin. Si kaibigan brain freeze pala to. The old brain freeze from Brenny Esports back in the days of old. Pero ngayon, he will try to prove his name back dito sa board natin. Kaso, it's like, I do like the question na magsa-start sila with the early wall doon sa Viper, just trying to split up the site itself para magkaroon sila ng early entry on U-Haul. It also gives them a lot of space para makuha yung default natin. The problem is though, they didn't have control over the U-Haul position, and the fact that they let Takumi try to use U-Haul, wrap around doon sa ating truck para makakuha siya ng early frags natin. It's just well and done. Well executed para sa duelist natin. The fact that he doesn't try to fight early on, kita mo bumalik siya sa truck kasama nitong si Ana. They're able to fight back again with the numbers advantage na agad nila nakuha dito.
Truly. And can we just see, nako, si Takumi 4K on the first round? Sheesh lang naman, diba? But also with what you've said, my brain freeze is also here. Parang, you have to know, it's been a while that I have casted this player, but parang, napaka-ano lang, I am eager to see like what he's got right now, what are the changes, diba? And at the same time, with the new team on his hands, yung iba yung mga kasama niya, it would be pretty interesting kasi ito actually si I Love Milty, parang familiar din to sa akin. Familiar lang.
Mahilig ka ba sa milk tea?
Same.
Okay.
Sino ba namang hindi?
Ako ito.
I'll judge you. Charis.
Sure you judge me. I don't like milk tea.
Ginudge to. Ang ganda, guys.
Grabe naman. Parang pag coffee person ako. Mahilig lang ako sa coffee. Ano ba yan?
Pwede naman.
Para pag hindi ako mahilig sa milk tea, mahilig ako sa dried mangoes.
Oy, okay naman yun
Oo nga.
Solid.
That's like a Cebu delicacy.
Cebu,
Yeah, I love that. My mom loves that. Mahilig
Diba?
yan sa dried mangoes.
Yeah.
Likes to offer me when I was a kid. Kaya parang naging childhood snack ko na din yun. But yeah, I mean, the early 4 kills for Takumi shows coordination and a lot of that strength sa kanilang magiging duo. Si Ana talagang pivotal part na din ng team natin dito. But, you know, I have to say, I'm not really a big fan sana ng mga recon agents. Yeah. Pero siguro, a special exception could be made para sa Fate in terms of this matchup. Kasi if you are like 100% bodyguarding yung ating magiging race natin, then it makes a lot of sense. Pwede mong i-combo yung mga util niya with yung Seize at saka yung Paint Shell combo na lagi natin nakikita. Laging early double or triple kill kapag masyado ka nagpo-push. I know that I'm a victim of that sometimes, diba? Kapag gusto ko makapush agad ng site. That, you know, hindi doon sa util natin nakita eh. It's the initiative to play it smart compared to how you usually see yung ganit ng duo na ilabas yung kanilang aces ng ganitong kaaga.
Yes, actually. And I'm wondering if our players here from ABS would start na medyo kalmahan. Kasi kanina actually it took time for them to put all their abilities down. But let's see if there will be something na mailalapag dito ang kanilang team.
Is that Slatom? Si Slatom999.
999.
Oh my, he's a VCT player, so we have 2 VCT players
yeah.
sa ating magiging lobby ngayon.
Or players with VCT experience.
Oh yeah, sabagay. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, with VCT experience. That's a big asset sa team mo. So marami ka ng experience. So really opening frag para dito sa laban nila against Okay, I will pull up. Yun ang pangalan ng chamber natin from ABS. It's a pretty good reset since he did decide to lurk on to be long. But all their focus doon sa ating A short. Ana is holding his nerve. Hindi na lang siya kailangan push kasi talagang with him having the better gun, with him having the short range Spectre, talagang siya na lang papasok, siya na lang yung mag-iintay. But Netzo Enjoyer has the Marshall. Pinatay agad. 2 shots towards the body of Ana. Is definitely more than enough. Slatom would also plant the spike doon sa ating triple. 4 shot. Ikaw, Ragang, to push on with the reach.
Yeah, actually, sa nakikita natin ngayon, right click sa mukha lang naman ang nilapag ni 999 dito na mukhang kinontra naman ni Club at the moment. It's already a 2v2 with them attempting to defuse the spike. Yun nga lang, hindi tumatama yung mga bala dito from Nero Enjoyer and immediately ended by Nicole as well. And we have seen, I mean, it's still a disparity in terms of guns. Yun naman talaga yung naging difference nila dito. But at the same time, I want to applaud ABS pa rin kasi nakapitis sila ng tatlo, which just means good for their side, but not good for IRG's economy.
Yep, that definitely really impactful by the end of it. Spray through the smoke by Nicole, catching out the lurker pretty early. Plus, you got both Slatom at saka itong si Neto Enjoyer just making sure that it is going to be an expensive buy into the next round. I do like that he was aware of the guy doon sa ating triple box natin dito, diba? So Ana really had nowhere else to run. Neto Enjoyer holding his nerve, just showing his patience dito. Gonna count for the next round dito kapag ngayon sa kanilang buy round, magkakaroon siya ng impact. Okay, I will pull up. We'll have another chance at taking the shot dito. He did fall agad dun sa B long push. However, now he's with his comrades, but he's pushing towards the Bucky. Si Miko, he already saw the barrel, pero siya yung nag-push. The Punisher got the multi, but Nicole backing up his teammate, pero that is still a fallen gun.
That's so unfortunate. Pero, on the good side, it's still a trade. Kaya naman, kahit pa paano, still hopes up here. But the crucial part here is na wala na isang initiator, IRG, at isang sentinel ang ABS. But at the same time, since they're attacking, that should not matter at all. But other than that, mukhang marami nakita dito sa B-side natin. We're in 999. Ako, pinasok na, binatuhan pa ng Paint Shells. And we are seeing that no one is actually contesting them at the current time. Except for the fact na ako, nagkaroon na ng laglagan here. And there is a possibility na magkaroon tayo ng magandang execute dito on the end of ABS with every single corner na being occupied by offensive abilities na mag-hinder sa IRG para i-retake ang site na ito.
Great reset after the smokes. Brainfeast also holding their backs doon sa ating hookah position. Nicole and Takumi, they have to make this buy as openly destroyable as possible. Talagang wala silang pera kapag nagkaroon sila ng mas malakas pang intervention. Pero ang gandang molly para magkaroon ng time bot dito. Takumi holding his nerve, busting the shots. Brainfeast falling down, and that's more than enough damage to their economy. Okay na okay lang kahit nanalong ABS. Because IRG, they still come up ng napakalakas dito in terms of their economy. They're holding up with 2 guns into the next round for ABS. And I do like what I'm seeing here para dito sa defense natin. No? They still protect a bunch of their winning positions natin dito. They still can bring a lot more money into the table, into the next coming rounds. For ABS though, a really clean sweep dito sa pag-push over a B. Yung sa post plant nang naging messy, talagang hindi na-expect na mag-push sila sa labas ng smoke. But that double peak, definitely worth it. But I do want to see how this will affect the later rounds.
Actually, hirap or medyo maglaki yung magiging drawback kung sakali man na isa sa mga teams natin ngayon ang matalo sa round na ito. Kasi that just means na either one of them will be resorting to an eco. Pero ngayon, dito sa hookah natin is marami ng mga utilities ang binabato and ang wall natin is still standing strong. Though they really want to go sa B site natin is nahihinder or nadedelay sila, but our side here from IRG is not rotating as of the moment. They have this sense of discipline that they're just holding down their specific sites, not unless na meron na talagang mag-commit dito. And we have a couple of members here from IRG, the Sky and the Sage, that might possibly go for a combination in terms of their utilities. Ayun nga lang is hindi na yun nagawa because they're being overwhelmed right now by the couple. We are seeing them here, right now. Si Nicole may napitas na isa pero immediate straight here from Neto Enjoyer, and there is it. Everyone with a 2v2. There's still a lot of time for them to execute pero mukhang Takumi meron nang namataan na isa. Mukhang mapipitas pa pero yun nga lang hindi pala nagiging maganda ang kanilang experience dito because ABS would be able to end the round before even putting the spike down.
IRG they had the strong position doon sa ating B-long over at Garden, but Miko pushing too far habang hinihintay pa na mapasok yung seeker ni Neto Enjoyer. Na-clear agad yung corner nila if hindi siya magpupush. So he decided na siya na lang magtitake ng fight over B-long, but he ended up taking the full seeker pagkatapos ng kanyang swing. So that dismantles one part of their defense doon sa ating B-Garden kasi nag-push na din, nag-sweep na din agad yung isa pa niyang player. I believe that was the Sage over at IRG. Then decided to take the wall down. Siya na lang agad yung papasok. Kaya nung nakuha nila yung Garden, they were also dismantling yung ating hookah position. So it was a split off that ABS were willing to benefit from. Another split off again towards A site. A slow take, but after time, malalaman nila na walang tao sa loob ng ating A. So madadalian lamang ang ABS na makakuha ng site. Slatom opening up the space. At agad nilang na-realize na walang tao. Pumasok sila na parang walang tao sa loob ng bahay nila.
But this is where everything goes down because all of them or the rest of the team just teleported dito sa ating bats area. Yun nga, hindi nila in-exit na meron nasa likod. Nako, nag-whiff siya. But we saw that Ana will be able to land the bullet onto him, and this is going to be the time where ABS merong mawawalang miyembro sa kanila. More odds for IRG to actually offer a retake. Everyone's just at the bats area. Yun nga lang, medyo crap doon. Point na hindi na sila makakapasok and okay, I pull up. Yes, he indeed pulled up and ended the round with the 3K.
Exotic! My boy from MVP Esports before. Ngayon, he's standing tall sa ating IRG. Ikaw, Ragang. Definitely losing on the front dito from ABS this time around. Definitely needed para sa kanilang magiging upcoming economy nga naman dito. Neto Enjoyer, Brain Freeze, also really good support para sa team nila dito. I think Brain Freeze is also the IGL para sa team na to.
Yeah.
Just providing a lot of info, already being that leader para sa team niya, leading by example sa pag-push over at A. And that decisive call na walang tao sa loob, just giving them a lot of that confidence back sa kung saan sila nawala on the pistol round. So early info agad, alam na nila may tao sa loob ng B-Garden. What did they do with that? Nothing. Hold their nerve, push strong. Miko again, the second time around that he pushes B-Garden is where he gets punished by Exotic. Slatom, papasok naman kasama si Neto Enjoyer all the way to B-Long. When they do find Nicole, but he can just hide inside elbow. Where's Slatom? He uses the phone cover. He has to clear the corner. He gets overlooked. Glove will punish Slatom. At dito na mag-trigger yung rotate all the way towards A side. The ultimate out from the Brimstone will deny them from getting B site.
Oh my, I am so focused I'm looking at that race, rummage through and not checking who is on his back. Sayang, but there is going to be the resurrection being popped in here galing kay Nicole, and there is about time for them to actually retake the site. Nako, ngayon at kumpletong-kumpleto sila. This is going to be a high chance for them to make it work all out. Pero ngayon, mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng pressure dito in terms of the time, but we still have a lot of utilities to work with here. Takumi with that satchel play. Maganda ang pagkaka-assist na ni Ana, and it is going to be the time magkakaroon tayo ng mga trades here. It's just all about gunplay at that point until si Nicole nalangas na iwan, and it is going to be a smooth retake here for the side of IRG.
Sobrang sayang talaga yung ginawa ni Slatom. That showstopper that would have opened up the site, all dismantled because na-overlook ang Brimstone on that double box corner. Talagang the replay will show the aftermath of what happened. Hindi sila nakapasok ng B. So they decided the teleporter was all that they needed to hope for to get the open A site. But because they were dealing with a numbers advantage again, they're not able to push up dun sa ating U-Haul. They're not able to hold them out dun sa ating CT position. They haven't even posted up for the post-plant nga naman. Kaya relied on the duels lang since the smoke-off din sila dun sa U-Haul. They decided na hindi na lang sila magpapatrap doon sa loob ng U-Haul. Lalaban sila palabas. And with Brain Freeze picking up that triple, it wasn't good enough. They needed to get one more. And the Sage was the undying hero, si Nicole, para makuha agad yung dub dito. It's another shot into the 3-3 mga kaibigan. And again, it's the one tap from Slatom na mapatay dito kay Nicole.
Magandang simula for the end of ABS, pero nako, disiplina muna. After picking off that specific person dito, galing kay IRG, galing kay Nicole, immediately, lipat sila dito sa A-site natin. Okay, I pull up. Maganda ang kanyang pag-clear ng dapat isang sentimetro ng mga sulok-sulok dito sa A-site natin. Pero, i-expect niya kaya na nandito si Takumi holding that judge. And alam naman natin kung gaano ka-potent pagka binoga ka ng kalaban mo. Pero ngayon, mukhang may sisilip na, mukhang matatapatan siya, pero siyang mapapatumba. 2v5 at ngayon, it's already the spike being commenced here at the A-site wherein dalawa na lang sa kanila ang matitira. I wonder kung magkakaroon pa ba sila ng avenue para ma-retake ito despite of the disadvantage na meron sila.
Workable since it is still the Brimstone, still alive para sa IRG. Sky to make the flash, kaso it's all 5 members of Agtag Bahog Singot. I'm trying to say that as carefully as possible kasi mali mo magkamali ako ng pronunciation no? But they will decide to take the tactical approach, just save for the next round. Miko and Club willingly giving this round away dito sa ABS, knowing that they have lost the gunfights doon sa ating B. The reset again back onto the A site. All reminiscent of what they did doon sa ating previous round natin dito. Showing the experience ng ilang mga VCT experienced teams or players natin dito from ABS. I do realize that we do have a celebrity list sa ating ABS, no? Star-studded players. Si Chamber, si Exotic, nasa Chamber niya na napakalakas nga naman si Slatom. At saka si Exotic, meron silang naging playing experience doon sa dating team nila. I forgot what it's called. I believe it is MVP Esports. Tapos may isa pa silang org after that.
Yeah.
And Brain Freeze, a very experienced IGL in his own right. Was already showing his true colors dito. Sa laban natin over at Divine. And Enjoyer, already faced up in the wall. Nicole is giving that info up to his team. Kaya gusto nilang i-push yung ating B guard in position. All noted because Sky is holding that long flank. But Takumi, this is a very, very important point as well. U-Haul all controlled by just one shotgun against 5 players na nagkaroon ng Phantoms at saka Vandals na lang dito. Okay na lang sana siguro kung ibigay na lang yung Bulldog, but they definitely know that something is cooking dito.
Actually, every single one of them is looking at a different angle, which is actually good. They're relying on contact play and they're not giving away any information na meron sa kanila. Not unless na ngayon lang meron ng napitas na isa. But we are seeing some trains coming in here. Shinorty sa mukha from Takumi here. But we are seeing this spike being put down na naman sa A-site natin. And before the rest of the people here from IRG notices, they're already in the site.
They're also flanking IRG. Relying on the 2 healers that they have. But can they reconvene, reconcile this whole situation? They only have 30 seconds para makapag-defuse ng spike natin, mga kaibigan. And the time is ticking, Nicole. Right push in with just that Sheriff. And Nets Enjoyer holding his nerve already. The reward has been favored para sa Sky. And it's all on Club. But can he put this to rest? 1v4, wala na siyang oras, wala na siyang time. Iiwan na lang siya ng 4 ng ABS. A clean round from them. A 3-5 in favor of the attacking team.
Yeah, actually, what I am really interested here then is the fact na ABS has some players na meron ng VCT experience or like talagang nagko-compete na for a while now, but they're still checking kung they really have this sort of synergy or at least they're trying to form it pa.
May vibe check
yeah,
sila.
may vibe check sila dito na nangyayari ngayon because there is still this close na scores na meron tayo against the other team of Ikaragang, but we are seeing na paunti-unti is they're already finding their groove and at the same time is nagkakaroon sila ng coordination of their, and even communication kung saan na itong IRG, anong dapat natin gawin, and I feel like from what we have just seen is maganda nga yung pag-IGLD na ni Break just in case na siya man na talaga ang ating IGL here.
Yeah, we're just taking it off as a win. Since naging IGL nga siya before sa Brand Esports, I also assume na siya nga yung IGL ng Brand days He does have the CSGO experience, but now he has to show that the future is now para sa ABS ngayon. Since they still have the same setup over at the Garden, already controlled and already noted by Neto Enjoyer. Nakalabas na siya ng early class ngayon. At dito, sa pangalawang chance, ay malalaman niya agad na nandun pa rin sila dito. Club, the Bulldog, and his discipline. Malaman lang niya na may tao doon sa hookah, hindi niya i-repick. Malalaman lang niya na meron at babalik na lang siya doon sa city kung saan protektado pa rin ang site with just the smoke. But that also prompts ABS na i-take yung A site for free this time around. An early voice of orb, a contact play in the mix. Laban sa IRG because of the numbers disadvantage. Takumi makes it a 3v5. Pero brain freeze around the site. Hindi pa nila nanonote kung nasaan pa yung tababang IRG. But they don't even need to. They just fight off everybody sa loob ng site with Exotic taking a second and even using the Viper's Pit.
Sabi niya Takumi, parang nakita ko na to kanina. Parang uulitin lang uli nila. And it is going to be a 3v3 already right before we even know it. Napatumba na agad si Braid Freeze dito. Sayang naman yung Viper's Pick na nilabag niya. It's already a 2v2 and we're still waiting. This encounter dito sa hookah natin. Clean cut for Miko. And it is still going to be this guy. 999 ako. Meron pa siya napitas dito 1v1. At ngayon nakaklush niya pa nga na maganda. That's so crazy on the end of Slalom. And it's going to be a clutch on his end as well.
Let me introduce you mga kaibigan to the star of Collegiate and the guy sa MVP Esports na unheralded singer or hero para sa kanila. It is Slatom na 999 who is now clutching up para sa team niya 1v2 sa loob ng A site. And with Brain Freeze leading the charge, even though let's say nagka-fumble siya dito, napaganda kasi ng Seeker placement na itong si Miko and he put himself in a really uncomfortable position. All because they had Shower's position that was all for nothing. All because he held his nerve, not needing to overpeak after malaman kung nasan yung Seekers. He knew that he needed to go for the spike anyway, so he just waited for that one tap, and that one timing was more than enough. Exotic, again, his impact as a lurker has been unquestionable. Getting early picks early on dito sa IRG and well and ready, cementing their 7th round. Pero kailangan nilang i-cement yung spike plant nila dito.
Nagalusan ng bahagya si Exotic doon, pero immediate regrowth lang naman ang maibibigay dito ni Sky from ABS. But now, we're still waiting for them to actually opt for a retake for IRG kahit na medyo mahirap, pero si Cloud sinimulan na. May napitas na dito si Exotic pa nga. Mukhang sinusundan to ng trade dito from the end of Slatom. But being able to execute as well, one for each, isa-isang napapatumba ang side ng RRG, and that is going to be a clean push para sa kanila, and this is where our differences in terms of score really just ups up.
Alam mo, may nakaamoy ako dito, Mochi. Nakakaamoy ako ng bahog. Agtang bahog singot. Actually having a lot dito sa ating bind map pa lang. And they needed time para i-repair ko ano yung nagiging mistakes sila early on. And they have contact play again, plus taking the early pick off. And all is thanks towards Brain Freeze at saka si Slatom who are getting the early picks again. And adapting whenever they don't have the early first blood. Now this is the combo I'm talking about. Yung Seize at saka yung Paint Shell. But they were looking at the wrong direction. Already thrown to the other side. Kaso dun sila sa kabila. Saan sila magpipick off. Waiting for the perfect time to strike dito ang EBS. But now, they also reset. Already opening up yung poison orb natin. Ana holding his nerve. Holding yung ating A-short na tinatry i-contact na naman ni Brain Freeze at saka ni Exotic. At naman yung maglutulis open para sa side nila dito. Showstopper out and running. Takumi sinabugan si Exotic. A 4 versus 4. The Phantom singing on towards that to Enjoyer. Nicole, the trade. Kaso Exotic. Naku po, napatay pa nga. It's Slatum getting the double. And it's all on the sky. 1 versus 2.
Ano kayang magagawa ni Miko dito? Ngayon nakita na napakadugo ng mga pangyayari sa A-site natin. Lahat sila ay nakaabang na sa kung saan man siya maaaring manggaling. And they still have the utilities to use here just in case namang nakakailanganin nila. Kaya naman si Miko, nako, kailangan na talaga niya mag-ingat. Just in case pwede niya rin magamit yung mga ibon niya dito. No? We can use the blinds just in case. Pero at the same time, they're gonna wait for him to actually try and attempt to defuse the spike para naman magkaroon siya ng advantage. Nako, nagkakitaan na pero hindi niya alam na dalawa silang nandito pareho pero nakapitas pa siya. But still, Slatum would still be able to have the last lap.
Slatum 999 already forcing yung magiging A-drought natin mga kaibigan. And again, the only time na nilabanan ng IBS ang kanilang contact play ay doon pa sila natalo. Napaka-close though. Kasi ginamit nila yung U-Haul at saka yung pocket as sort of a crossfire. So kung saan may contact doon sa ating magiging pocket player. Pero yung problema, yung Poison Orb, yung nag-stop sa pagpipeak ng isa pang player over at that U-Haul position. Hindi tuloy nagkaroon ng napakagandang trade-off ang IRG. ABS, they were actually stopped by one player and that was yung Raze on IRG doon sa ating truck position. Hindi yun na-smoke off, kaya nagkaroon siya ng early pickoffs even though it was a really good contact day again for ABS. Problem was though, on the post plant, they had the winning positions dito, just holding the bats control para mapushan lang sila ni Miko. Almost getting the lineup nga naman. And that would have been the difference maker. Na to Enjoyer, early Seekers out as well as the Nightfall para ma-counter agad. Wala silang maririnig, wala silang makikita. Si Miko nasa loob lang ng juke pero sinabugan lang si Club all the way towards CT. A 4 versus 5 and after that, they just TP on away.
That is actually a good counter here. Nakahanda na agad yung Nightfall na maibabato dito for IRG. And at the same time is talagang nahinder nila na makapag-push to sa B-side. Pero ngayon sa A, makikita natin there is a lot of avenue for them to actually go for an execute. And for them to find their specific positions, lalong-lalo na nagkukulang na ang IRG ngayon. Pero ngayon, we are still waiting for the right time for them to actually strike. Pero neto, Enjoyer, nako, simpleng-simple, sinimplihan niya lang naman at si Nico. And ngayon, mukhang madadagdagan pa. Kada isa, may binipitas sila. And ngayon, si RRG, mukhang nag-wonder sila. Paano lang mariretake to na maganda? Ngayon na si Club na lang ang naiwan. Yes, nakakuha siya ng dalawa, pero hindi ito enough para maipanalo.
Nakasulat na sa pangalan pa lang ni Slatum. 999 sa 9-3. Nasimula nila ang kanilang first half ng napakaayos. It was a messy start from the beginning. Pero nung nalaman nila yung kanilang magiging possessions pagdating sa late rounds, dun sila nagkaroon ng consistency na this time around. Hindi na nakaabot ng 4th round ang ating IRG. And again, this is their only time para magkaroon ng strength dito. But this is the double initiator comp. It wasn't as strong that we would have liked doon sa ating defense, but maybe on the attack doon sila magkakaroon ng advantage natin dito. However, ang kalaban pa rin nila is a double controller comp. Very flexible, sobrang daming smoke na makakapag cut off ng vision sa'yo, and at the same time, you also have really good post plans mamaya.
Major advantage na talaga for ABS. No? Other than the fact na meron silang aggressive na Sentinel, meron silang mga smokes or utilities na pwede magamit to actually deny any sort of information na pwedeng maibigay nila sa IRG.
So like Exotic can always have the fight anyways.
Ayun nga eh.
Tapos may pang-reset sila.
Napakatindi nga ng kanilang lineup ngayon, and we're seeing naman na both of these people with VCT experiences are really showing up kung ano nga ba yung mga na-accumulate nila from throughout the years. And with these qualifiers, we are hoping for them to actually grind up para sa ating mga stages na meron dito sa Predator League 2024. But now, we're still waiting for them to actually push forward dito sa B site because IRG, hirap na sila dito eh. Despite of the fact na oo, maganda naman yung kanilang lineup in terms of how they will be able to actually push, there is still this sort of hesitation, lalong-lalo na from the experiences na nakita nila or nakuha nila from our first half.
They're actually contesting yung bilang ng Sky! Pero Miko through the blind! Kita-kita yung kamatayan ni Neto Enjoyer, but it is Slatom holding his turn! He won, but the second, more than enough para kay Slatom. We doubted him from the start, but this time, this guy is showing why he is to be feared. Sa ating TNC Cebu qualifiers, papasok pa rin si Takumi, na wall off pa nga tong si Slatom, so that's one threat off. But what about the front line dito sa ABS?
So wondering, kasi from what you just seen is hindi na nagkakaroon ng magandang placements or timing yung mga utilities nila is nagpa-falter na kung paano nila ito na igagamit. Pero ngayon, Takumi mukhang tumatrabaho. May dalawa na siya napitas dito and mukhang nag-aamba pa siya ng dalawa dito na nasa hookah. And ngayon, nabawasan ng health dito si Alak Milk Tea, but still might be possibly enough for him to actually execute. May napitas pa siya dito, but ngayon, dalawa from dalawang killing dito on a crossfire play, pero ngayon, it's still, okay, I pull up, or Exotic being able to secure both of the heads, and now, it is going to be a really good difference. 7 points, 7 rounds that Ramon, and we are seeing them in a really good position right now for ABS, and ngayon, from what we have just seen, it's still a smooth execute, even if na nasa defense sila.
Exotic. And in his camera, he is laughing at you. You just know that the vibes are on point. Yung vibe check nila, wala na. Check na lahat ng vibes all around para
They're not
sa
checking
ABS.
anymore, they're just vibing.
Oo, vibing na nga sila eh, di ba?
Diba?
And that helps, di ba? Kasi they already have experience playing together as a team. Yung duo ni Slatom at saka nitong si Exotic already from their Cebuano squad. Now, MVP Esports. Ngayon, magkasama sila sa ABS na magsama-samang lalaban kasama si Brain Freeze. Papasok kaso, napatay agad ni Milk Tea. Kaso Club, pushing in with just a stinger. It's a force buy for a few players on IRG. Locking down yung site natin. But how locked is it? Ngayon na nasa loob pa rin ng showers si Slatom at saka si Exotic. At ngayon, ready siya na ilabas ang kanyang boombot. Kailangan lang niya ng info pero hindi niya alam. Napakalapit lang ni Miko sa kanyang tabi lamang.
Grabe, napaka-potent din nung Poison Cloud na yon with that line up. Really denying any sort of vision. Before ka pa man makakuha ng info, ay mamamatay ka na kaagad. Then ngayon, we are seeing them trying to go for a retake here in the enemy ABS, and so far they're doing it wonderfully. Other than the fact na meron silang advantage in terms of guns is all of them are just executing at the same time. Very cooperative, and they've been able to clear every single nook and cranny na meron dito sa A-site natin. And now, they're 1 point away from our match point.
This is Exotic, mga kaibigan, the cleaner of ABS. And this guy was the MVP of MVP Esports before, and now he is showing that his colors are not fading anytime soon. Triple kill.
Happy, oh. Happy kid.
Using the Guardian at saka yung Headhunter. Cutie pa rin nga naman itong si Exotic. Welcome back, man. And thank you sa 1,000 followers niya sa Twitter na nanonood dito sa ating qualifying stage. They are 1 round away from match point. ABS, they are on a high right now. IRG, on the other hand, they haven't had a round in 8 in a row. I Love Milk Tea, the only guy, has been taken off of the picture. Takumi, the only guy that they needed to open up the site, has been taken off agad.
Nako. Ano gagawin, Lods? IRG, medyo mag-iintayan muna sila dito kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin, ano ang susunod na hakbang, yugto, o kung ano man na pwede nilang magawa dito. Just in case na gusto talaga nilang panindigan itong A-site natin dahil kitang-kita naman, 3 na ang rumoronda dito on the end of ABS. But from what we're seeing, they're just holding their specific angles and they're waiting for the right time to strike with all of the utilities na meron pa rin ang ABS. Medyo magiging mahirap ito for IRG na kanina pa nag-exhaust ng kanilang mga abilities. But for Club though, kompleto pa ang kanyang smokes and as well as the Trailblazer has been already put here. Pero hindi siya makikita dito. Hindi makikita si Neto Enjoyer. It's already an opportunity for them to use the Bucky. Nako, binoga na yung dalawa dito with just a single shot. It's already a 2v3 and we're still waiting for them to actually push forward, pero nako, mukhang hindi na nila yon magagawa pa 30 seconds on the clock. It's
30
already
seconds
all or
left.
nothing here. But definitely difficult for them to push further with the situation that they're in right now. Mukhang medyo mahihirapan talaga sila dito. And they're making it impossible for IRG to actually push forward despite of the fact na kailangan na talaga nila na umurumonda dito.
10 seconds, they need to plant yung magiging spike natin. They're already taking up one of the anchors and they're also trying brain freeze dito sa likod ng ating truck. But nandito na si Exotic at nilabas pa nga yung classic brain freeze. He is just being a nuisance, mga kaibigan. The one tap from downtown. Galing kay Exotic. Ang papatay sa nag-iisa nating miyembro from IRG. It is Agtang Bahog Singot getting match point sa ating magiging qualifying stage.
Napaka-hassle nito for IRG kasi kahit na gustuhin man nila na manindigan or mag-commit sa specific site, hindi nila magawa because of all of the utilities na binabato dito ng side ng Agtang. And other than that, napakatindi rin kasi ng kanilang mga ways para ma-delay itong mga side natin dito from ikaw, Ragang. Alam mo yung fact na, yes, okay, throw this utility, wag mo sila hayaang mag-push since meron naman tayo dito, you can use it, you can budget it. Paunti-unti, just exhaust it little by little. But even if IRG is doing their effort na tipirin lahat ng mga abilities or utilities nila in order to prepare for the post plant, hindi na umaabot ng post plant. Napipitas na sila isa-isa and hindi rin nila in-expect that Neto and Joyer would just be at that corner. Despite of using the Trailblazer, hindi man lang nila yun nakita.
And that is yung galing sa big brain ni Brain Freeze. At so kung paano niya ginamit yung util niya. Just using yung nag-iisa niyang magiging wall all the way from A short. Eh, ginamit niya pang hide away from that Trailblazer. And the fact that he didn't have info on the guy very close towards that corner was what made their start sa demise nila dito, mga kaibigan. ABS, 1 round win away from securing yung magiging final spot sa ating Cebu qualifiers. But now IRG, this is when you show that you're dangerous people not to be messed with. Wala nang mawawala sa inyo kapag nag-force buy na kayo dito sa mind map natin. Pero paano nila gagawin to since wala sila masyadong pera? Ito na rin magiging last round, last chance para magkaroon sila ng chance pumunta sa ating magiging final stage. Takumi, now pulling the trigger, pero nasunog na agad. I love Nugti, will not expect it. Alam niya na papasok ang race, pero narinig niya yung satchel at yun yung pinakauli niyang narinig bago siya namatay. Papasok si Brain Freeze with another double peek. Miko with a 1 and another out from Club. A 2 versus 2 that makes it so doable for ABS. And exploding onto the site, Takumi, the only hope para sa team nila dito. Ana will get shut down and it's all on the raise. Blinded, out of sight and out of mind. Another out from Exotic that ends it dito sa 4 natin on the qualifying stage. It is ABS moving on towards the qualifying round.
Nagsayawan sila sa Ace, tol. Kita mo naman with all of how they are just swinging left and right from the bats, how they were able to counter each other in terms of their gunplays, is talagang nagawa or na-execute ito ng maganda ng Agtang Bahog Singot. But at the same time, gusto ko lang din i-point out na they have all the resources to rotate.
Yeah.
Kayang-kaya nilang mag-TP papunta sa B-site nun. But sadly, I think it's because of the pressure. It's because of, naku, kailangan na talaga natin gawin to. Kaya siguro hindi siya na-execute na maganda ng ikaw, Ragang. It's just really unfortunate, but still, they're still building their foundation. They're still building on how they'll be able to work with each other. But it's just undeniable din kasi in terms of the differences and the amount of experience na meron na rin ang Agtang Bahog Singot. And we have seen that naman here sa ating first match. We're in. We have seen kung gaano katindi si Mind Freeze na mag-indicate ng kung, I rather, Brain Freeze. Napakatindi kasi ng mind niya, ng mga mind games niya, diba? But alam niya kung saan dapat sila papwesto, what they should do next, since ganito na nagbe-behave yung kanilang opponents. They're able to actually execute further, lalo na si Exotic in terms of how he's been able to actually, rather than free space, is meron pa siyang nahahalong may mga extra pa siya, diba? Sa mga delivery niya for team. And as well as the fact na yung isang player nila, they've been able to use all the utilities probable for meeting the victory here on their team, specifically in terms of how they'll be able to delay their counterpart, because even if na, oo, they can offer a reset para sa ating second half, hindi nila hinayaan na mapag-reset sila. Hindi nila hinayaan na lumapit palalo yung mga points natin. And now, it is just well-deserved win here on the end of Agtangba hosting it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you love from people who have experience nga naman sa ating local scene. This is when you show yung magiging aces sa kanilang sleeve nila. Dito na ipapakita yung mga best strats all the way from the qualifiers pa lang at ipapakita yung difference kapag ka may synergy na kayo from your previous 10 years nga naman sa mga roster niyo. It is definitely a wonderful start para sa Agtang Bahog Singot at sa kanilang magiging stage dito sa TNC Cebu. Pero yung kanilang magiging kalaban or possible na magiging kalaban ay magpapakita pa lamang sa susunod nating semifinal stage. Pero before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors for the Predator League 2024. Ang Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Huwag kayong aalis mga kaibigan because more esports action will follow right after this short break.
Remaining. Down and out.
Enemy removed.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One down.
Spike. Air. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Down A. 30 seconds left.
Found one. No more Viper.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Who trained you?
Natural out.
30 seconds left.
Grenade!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa second leg ng Philippine Qualifiers on Predator League 2023. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we are just up and done doon sa first semifinals game natin kung saan nakapasok na ang Agtang Bahog Singot, ang former MVP Esports na nakapasok na sa finals ng ating qualifying stage.
And yes, of course, nakita naman din natin na Agtang has a lot of players na nagkaroon na ng VCT experience, and we have seen na nagkaroon na ng magandang in terms of yung kanilang mga pickings. It's very, very cohesive, specifically lalo na pagdating sa dalawang couple of controller lineups nila with the Viper on the Brain Freeze and as well as the Brim from I Love Milk Tea. Nakita naman natin kung gaano ito naging potent para sa kanilang kalaban na ikaw ragang, to the point na nagkaroon sila ng differences and disparities on how they can address this, lalong-lalo na nung sila na ang nasa attacking and hindi na sila binigyan ng chance pa ng Agtang para napapalagan or pumalag pa sila.
And like, hindi lang sa attacking kahit nung nag-start sila on the defense, sobrang
Hirap
laki
na din sila agad.
sobrang hirap na din sila agad Talagang they had so much to work with when they transitioned on over to the defense, but it was, as you said, on the attack when they had all of the cards set up para sa kanila. And this has been the precedent for a lot of like the qualifying games nga naman, since a huge disparity has been noticed. The experienced VCT players nga naman ay nagpakita na agad ng kanilang gilas dito sa ating qualifying stage pa lang. But what about on the other side of the bracket? Mukhang maglalaban na ang ating second semifinals game.
Yeah, for our second semifinals game, magkakaroon tayo ng laban in between Cebu All-Stars and as well as Astreus Esports. And I'm quite curious what they have for us next.
Malay mo, mga taga Cebu sila lahat, yung nasa Cebu All-Stars.
I wish na po Cebu All-Stars nga Pero I'm quite curious, anong meron sa Astreus Esports? Kasi parang fancy-fancy ng name ng team nila, di ba? But at the same time, sana meron tayong makita mga players dito na somewhat familiar na tayo.
Yeah, actually, parang narinig ko na kaya Astreus Esports before from a few Tier 2 tournaments nga naman.
Yeah.
Maybe this is their big bang sa ating magiging local scene natin, since this is their very big chance para mailabas ang kanilang pangalan all around dito pa lang sa ating magiging Asia Pacific Predator League Finals. However, this is the start of their journey, kaya they need to conquer their first demons, and that is against Cebu All-Stars nga naman, who I'm pretty sure they will be coming out here with a bang pagdating sa ating laban. Ang natin ko nga lamang is we'll be having Haven as our next map dito, the first appearance of Haven dito sa Predator League Qualifiers. So has the meta changed? Is it still going to be the double initiator comp that we'll be expecting out of them, or is double duelist still king sa ating qualifiers?
I feel like in the map, like Haven, it all depends on your playstyle. If they really want to offer an aggressive entry or kahit na defense na talagang sila yung nagpupush dun sa spawn ng mga attackers, it will be very viable to have a double duelist comp. But at the same time kasi, they need a controller that is very substantial if yun man talaga yung kailangan nila or gugustuhin nilang mapag-resortan. But at the same time, I feel like napaka-powerful din na meron kang double controller or double initiator sa iyong lineup. I feel like that's already a given, and I feel like our viewers are already familiar with that, how it goes, the drill, etc. And I wonder lang din if there will be an appearance of an Astra, considering na nagkaroon na ng ano talaga from Astreus. Malay mo lang naman, di ba? Kasi nagkaroon tayo ng nerf dito for Astra, and they're quite wondering pa how they will be able to actually use her, lalong-lalo na meron ng mga delays in terms of the gravity well, meron ng lesser time na mag-activate yung mga, or rather more time para mag-activate ka ng mga abilities for crowd control. So, let's see kung gano'n nga ba or ipaprioritize nila yung full commitment ng mga controllers natin like Brimstone or flexible ones like Omen.
Yeah, don't forget din yung kanyang ultimate, yung Cosmic Divide na nagiging impactful sa napakamalakas na team fights. However, the time for talk is over. We're heading on into the game draft, mga kaibigan. Cebu All-Stars versus Astreus Esports. At mukhang very familiar yung ilang mga teammates natin dito. Nandito si Blurred from Cebu All-Stars, the former NAOS Esports star and Action PH player na ang jet ngayon for Cebu All-Stars. As the baby, nakita na natin siya from PCL as well, King Bob. Also very familiar to my eyes. Talagang parang balikan lamang ng mga Cebuano para maipakita na sila ang king dito sa ating qualifying stage. However, for Astreus Esports, this is definitely no question. Lalaban pa rin sila with a double controller comp, as you said.
Actually, familiar din dito sa si Asta Baby. Kasi I remember him popping up solely because of napakagaling niya mag-clutch before.
Former teammate ni Exotic at saka ni Slato.
Yes, isa pa yon. And at the same time na nagkaroon siya ng mga crucial runs nung panahon na nasa academy pa siya. Ang alam ko, ang kalaban nila yon is Viridis Arcos, which for everyone's knowledge is napaka-hitik ng Viridis Arcos. So, I feel like this is going to be really crucial. We have a female player here as well.
Oh my!
Hello.
Very, very nice to see from Astreus, Yoki, now into the battlefield. I like seeing women in gaming na putting their name forward.
Slay to star, literal. Slay them all.
Kaya slay them all indeed. Yoki being a very, very big factor na sa team na to. I want to see how their paranoia will catch them off guard dito. Very important to take a shot with the perfect paranoia to come out with. It also has to be perfectly placed on sa ating backside. If ever napupush nga sila dun sa A side, it also is really strong on garage. And you know yung smoke dun sa may A-long wherein you have to cut off yung making vision nyo dun, that will take off yung operator, that will take away or deny space na pwede lang kunin dun sa A-long position. And against yung team comp ng Cebu All-Stars, that is definitely really strong in my opinion, since if Blurred and King Bob will not fight for A-long control, at kapag nasa CO kaya sa garage sila, then that smoke on A-long will be definitely crucial. Kasi wala silang gagamitin na iba pang mga agents para makapag-deny dun sa A-long push ng Astreus kung maglalagay nga sila ng smoke. Only if King Bob uses yung flash doon sa wall, pero there isn't any wall na napaka-concrete na pwedeng gamitin para ma-counter yung A-long push compared to if you have a Phoenix or a Sky. But then again, we're not seeing that here.
Yes, exactly. And actually, I feel like medyo magiging risky din ito for the end of Astreus Esports, considering that they have a Sky. They should rely on contact play more rather than the other side na for Cebu All-Stars, they have a Suba, they have a Bridge. So, it will be much more easier for them to work with all the abilities na meron doon, just in case na mas ipaprioritize nila yung safer play rather than the aggressive one.
It's like the most Haven comp I've ever seen.
Yes,
para sa Cebu All-Stars, diba? And we will find
parang
out.
Standard na siya eh.
Yeah, and there's a reason why it's like standard kasi it fills up all the boxes. However, with what we're expecting dito, they are gonna have that early A-long control. Early dart out doon sa may A-long. Pero it's all about control para dito sa Astraeus Esports. Kasaki making presence, trying to play for the ult core, but napaka-early lamang ng kanyang magiging dark cover. So that will open up an avenue for them to take the ult core, but instead, they just want to fight for control on both the mid side as well as the other extremities. Nasa labas lamang ng garage ang parehong controller ng parehong team natin. Kobe just has to be careful. Si Asta ang unang contact at yung right click plus that one shot to the head is more than enough, but he walks away limping with damage.
Quite unfortunate dahil wala siyang kasama doon, and instead there will be no answer here from the side of Astraeus Esports. But ngayon, there is a possibility for them to actually rotate, lalo na dalawang beses nang binaktan kanilang C entry, but now Blurred medyo going aggressive here in this angle. Saw multiple people on the process, kaya naman magbaback out siya dito agad, pero they did not expect for them to actually push forward to C site natin. Everyone's already at the garage area, but the really good paranoia really delaying them. Pero ngayon, sumalo pa rin si Kasaki dito. It's already them going in. Dalawa na ang kanyang secure. And we are seeing series of trades here at this specific site wherein si Cebu Stars, medyo nalito sila. Nako, paano nangyari yun? Nalinis nila ang C-site ngayon and now they're already in control.
Perfect utility aside, AE had the perfect answer. Si Kasaki yung nag-iisang hindi na blind ng paranoia at siya yung nag-open ng avenue sa pagpasok from that garage push. Hindi sila nag-split. Talagang all garage push lamang all around para sa AE at pinart ni Yoki ang nag-iisa nilang kotse sa panalo ng Astraeus Esports. Perfect start para sa kanila. All about control. It's not an A short push that you would expect a lot of these community teams to push out. They know what they're doing and they pull it out at the right time. It's a pistol round where it all matters sa Haven itself.
That's actually a good round. I mean, umpisa pa lang, we already saw what is the value of the body system is. Lalong-lalo na merong tatlo sa kanila na blind, but Kasaki really decided to step up. That's already a good sign here for the side of Astraeus Esports, because that just means na meron silang sort of initiative, and other than that is meron silang sort of independence here wherein self-sustaining ang kanilang duelists, and napakita naman nila yon in that specific round. But this time, that is for sure, they will be showing us na meron silang mga series of guns here. So most likely, dapat sa kanila na itong panalo nito, that is if hahayaan sila ng Cebu All-Stars na mangyari yon.
Well, a really good recovery for our players on Astraeus Esports. They were starting off really slow dahil gusto nila makakuha ng ult orb control. But then the decisive call na labanan ng ating garage as the baby getting that first blood. Pero dahil sa silang push at dahil sa pressure na nalabas sila, then they were able to regain control back doon sa ating C. Well, tech buffs lang tayo na mabilisan mga kaibigan. Mag-reconnect lang at mag-check lang ng ping ang ating mga players natin dito for everybody in TNC Cebu. And I want to say, it's really nice to see familiar faces playing dito sa qualifying stage natin. Yang si Asta, who was from the former Abaddon Abyss squad, the same squad that had Exotic, Slatom be in the same corner with each other. At kapag nanalo sila dito, let's say nanalo sila, then they are able to get themselves yung final split. But now, Yoki and Kasaki getting yung double rifle spot natin dito sa kanilang second round, showing that they want to dominate and they want to push inside right now.
Yun nga lang, I wonder if i-expect nila si Kim Bob dito, and yes, definitely they will be able to expect him here at the backside. Pero ngayon, it's already a lot of time for them to actually push forward. Pero there's still two more people remaining here on the end of Cebu All-Stars. I'm quite wondering kung ano yung kanilang magiging palag dito, lalong-lalo na they don't have the guns. And meron nakaabag dito na si Cobb. So, just in case lang naman na meron silang mapitas dito, that would be great. But at the same time, if not, okay lang din naman, since it is already a given here that the second round would be going for AE.
Late lurk out for Garage. That just means that they're hunting for the guns dito. Okay. Hasn't made a move, hasn't made noise, pero that Sky Flash just gave them info. And now they're pressing the issue dito. They even have somebody trying to hold their backs. And Kabi doesn't want to actually take the risk natin dito. So, Cebu All-Stars deciding na magpapasabog na lang ako sa spike itself. And calling on by Blurred. I mean, I'm looking at this guy and I'm looking at kung kailan niya ilalabas yung operator, since that's also like a really strong weapon to come into the buy rounds. Pero looking at his money, it's like $1,900. So, pagdating natin sa next round, I don't think it's enough to get an operator. He'll need to possibly save up a couple of rounds, but he decides to buy a rifle na lang. Since siya lang yung nag-iisang duelist, he needs to be the one to take the early fights head on. And at the same time, Kasaki has been doing that so well. He's already got 5 kills in the first 2 rounds of play. And in this regulation alone, with the conversion of the buy round that he has ngayon, he doesn't even need to like buy another rifle since he already saved this rifle from the previous round. This is so good for their eco.
Definitely good for their eco. And ngayon though, this is already the time para bumawi itong si Cebu All-Stars. Lalong-lalo na it's already our buy round. From what we're seeing here, they're trying to attempt na kumuha ng information dito sa A-site natin, pero still mag-e-extend sila dito. And this is going to be quite deadly just in case na hindi ito i-expect ng Astraeus Esports. Ngayon, ako, na-blind na sila though, pero makakapitas pa rin si Blur dito. Immediate trade dito, galing sa isa nilang kakampi na si Kel. And that's actually a good thing here para sa side ng Cebu All-Stars. That's actually something na hindi ko in-expect na mangyayari.
That's a really nice one sana for Astraeus Esports. No? Denies early info. That's their version of putting the Omen smoke doon sa double boxes on A long. But they
Kala ko
decide,
kanila na yun eh.
Kaya nga eh, di ba? That's how they want to deny yung info nila dito. Now, if they want to use that in the next coming rounds, they have a variety of ways to use it. Pwede nilang gamitin pang deny sa pag-push nila sa A-short. At pwede nilang gamitin ng pang-condition lamang sa mga A-long players na maibigay yung info na baka sa A-site sila papasok. At yun na nga ang mangyayari dito mga kaibigan. 30 seconds para sa Astraeus Esports. Lalaban para sa site itself. King Bob and his patience paying off, but not getting the double as Colby is able to get another. A 2 versus 2 and already a very costly round. Motorboat sa Evo! Definitely getting another kay Kobe. It's all on the controller. A 1v1 against Ray. And he's holding his nerve, trying to navigate around the default plant, even not getting the shot itself. Pero nading nga lang siya, pinush na agad at Inspector ang papanala sa short-range gunfight. Ray getting the triple para sa tatlo nilang round in the round of play.
That round is full of surprises. Kasi from the get-go, we thought na Astraeus Esports would be able to get an edge in terms of how the utilities are placed dito sa A-long natin. But at the same time, in terms of their duels here ngayon na nasa post-plan situation na sila, we saw how good in terms of management yung remaining player dito na si Ray. And so far, with just the Spectre, he has been able to win the round for himself.
Oh man, control on the spray was also crucial for his side dito. And the fact that he also puts his own turret on the other side para hindi niya kailangang i-peek yung isang side na yun. He can just focus on that left side doon sa default around that hell area para hindi niya kailangang isipin kung saan pa manggagaling yung Omen on the other side of things. What about sa Evo? Almost getting that clutch Casa as the baby blinded and secured. Kobe getting a double sa pag-entry sa side. Motorbot sa Evo, naka-sheriff lamang si Kasaki. Naka-vandal yung dragon niya. Sumasabog sa loob ng C. At nag-iisa na lamang ang Sova ng Cebu All-Stars. Kel, late to the call at wala siyang magagamit para malabaanan ng dalawa.
Other than the fact na meron siya mga naiiwan na utilities dito, I don't think that's the best time for him to use it. And just like that, mabubura siya dito ni Kasaki. And kanina pa natin nakikita na nagpa-pop off itong duelist natin ngayon. Despite of the fact that our Jess has been nerfed, they still knew how they will be able to actually manage these abilities wisely. And we are seeing it right here, right now in the end of Astraeus Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the resistance na din from Motorbot sa Evo. Using the smoke against the players on the attacking side. And they just wanted to split the site itself. But Kasaki, recovery from the spray. Getting one over towards that platform position and expecting the guy on garage just taking matters into his own hands, kumbaga. The only man on the site and the only man to make a difference dito sa laban pa lang natin is popping off, showing consistency. And against Blurred, who has become a champion before, has to show that he can prove himself against the best. And now he is proving it.
Ang question natin dito is kailan din natin makikita na break ng Cebu All-Stars itong streak na meron ngayon si Astraeus Esports. Lalong-lalo na kanina pa pinapakita ng Astraeus Esports that they are well cooperative on one another. How would Cebu All-Stars actually try to break that? Lalong-lalo na nasa momentum na itong Astraeus Esports natin. But now, mukhang si Blurred meron na plitas dito. And mukhang magandang simula ito para sa kanila. But until when? Will this last actually for themselves or matatrade ba ito ng Astraeus Esports? We're not quite sure as of the moment because from what we're seeing here is napakaingap ni Astraeus Esports gumalaw.
Wow, Kel is acting like a recon dito sa pag-hold over at that B mid. Para lang malaman kung kailan lalabas si King Bob ang utility niya, pero yung Vandal ang mismong sasabong sa mukha ni Kasaki. The first death in the world. Here's the Haven map, a double spray down for Ray, beaming through Asta Baby and King Bob, dethroning the push on. And they have control over B this time around. Kel singing through with just his Hunter's Fury, pero wala siyang nakuha at wala siyang nakita.
Meron siyang nabawasan doon, and that is Kel, but not entirely enough para meron siyang ma-shutdown. Shorty natin, not quite sure kung kukonekta yan. But he managed to get in, but not exactly to get out. It's already a 1v2, pero ngayon Motorbone sa Imo mukhang kumukontra pa rin siya dito kahit papano. Mukhang kukonekta sa kanya ang guiding light, pero hindi ito magiging enough para talagang i-contest siya ng mga members natin dito from Australia's Esports dahil hindi sila nagpapakakampante. And now, before we even know it, the time is already out and he has no choice but to save the gun that he already has.
Cutting his losses very early into this round, which I would say is smarter than it is to just push on 1v2. But then again, he had everything to lose dun sa round na yun. So why not just try to get for the clutch, right? Ang importante lamang is that they were able to show that Blurred has saved up enough for that operator, pero they're not able to convert through. Hindi na sila nakuha agad dahil dito sa botch double peak nitong si Asta Baby King Bob. Defense shook up because of the defaults na ginagawa na agad ng attacking rounds pa lang ng Australia's Esports. And it is Kasaki leading by example. Yes, he has been showing vulnerability sa lahat ng mga duels sila before, but he has been showing that against all odds that he is willing to fight for space that he's taking, and that even though he dies, he trusts his team enough para matrade siya agad. That's just how good Kasaki is. He knows the risk that he's taking.
Actually, I really like to point out din kasi na napaka-on point din ng mga placements ng mga utilities ni Ray. It actually makes the opponents here from Cebu All-Stars take their time to actually locate, okay, saan nilagay ni Ray ito? Kasi parang ano siya, it's something in the back of your head na kailangan mo i-take into account before actually executing somewhere, despite of the fact na nasa defensive side itong si Cebu All-Stars, is talagang kailangan nila munang i-take into account itong si Ray kasi para siyang langaw na maali-aligid na hindi nila mabalo, parang hindi nila mapatumba to the point na yun nga, hindi nila nakakain yung nakukuha, yung mga objectives na kailangan nila makuha.
Yeah, parang 6-man lang yung mga util ni Ray.
Yes.
Tapos si Ray pa yung kalaban mo, who's also showing that he can fight on the front lines din di ba? That's also a big threat dito for Cebu All-Stars. And it's not looking good so far para sa kanila. They need to bounce back. And to do that, they need to unlock tong si Blurred as early as now. Motorboat si Evo, already jump peeking, knowing 3 has pushed on. And with the flash, they are committed to taking UC as fast as they can. Kailangan mag-rotate ng gantong kabilis lamang. And as the Baby not on the site on Garage, he is activated dito sa loob ng defense. But Sol at Suryoki at lumalaban with 2 of their own. It is the Viper's Pit na pang-counter lamang sa laban nila on Garage. And now that they have set foot yung piece nila dito sa loob ng C, lalaban sa backside ang dalawa from Cebu All-Stars, waiting for the perfect moment sa flank nila all the way from C-Long.
Really interesting how they used this Viper's Pit because they used it not to actually be or serve as info denier, but in hopes to delay yung mga kalaban nila instead of pushing them in. Pero yun nga lang, Asta Baby, kanina pa nagpa-pop off to with the Sheriff kills na meron siya. Ngayon, knife naman nung gagamitin niya. Maiba naman, and that's going to be a 50 round here on the end of Cebu All-Stars. Nako, may tinundo agad dito. Wala pang second half.
Ay, para it's the second knife for the whole qualifying stage.
Yeah.
You know, it was the knife doon sa ating Fractor sa Lotus game yesterday, or last week nga naman. At ngayon, meron na agad si Asta Baby ng kanya. And it was all from Garage where he got those 2 Sheriff frags. And because they needed to spend some time to look at Garage, try to fight for Garage, try to fight the guy backside din. So, baka napatay pa nga agad. Yoki, already down for the count na agad. That's their one controller. I'm kind of wondering how Kobe can help them because nilabas na niya agad yung wall. Doon pa lang sa may A-short, how will he defend himself all the way from heaven? A-site definitely not the best spot for them to push on, but they are fighting anyway.
Not fighting anyway, indeed. Wala pang trade-off dito on the end of TNC Esports. Cebu All-Stars, on the other hand, lagi na nilang nasisimulan na maganda itong mga round natin. Ang kailangan nilang isipin is paano nito tatapusin ng pabor din sa kanilang side. Kasi mula na lang ito, nakakuha na sila 1 puntos, pero kailangan pa nila itong pagpatuloy. Pero ngayon, mukhang heavy saturation dito sa A-side natin. Nag-iintayan tayo dito kung anong oras sila papasok. Lord, hindi tatama ang kanyang bala dito from the operator. But on the other hand, si Kobe, meron siyang mapipitas dito. dito. Already good trade here on their end, but we're still waiting kung dito nga ba sila magpupush dahil mukhang umaatras-atras sila
Don't use
dito.
that yet.
Binabalak nila mag-rotate sa ibang side, but at the same time, is kailangan pa rin nila mag-inat, lalong-lalo na yung Killjoy natin, activating kanila yung
30
utilities dito sa
seconds
garage
left.
and B site natin.
I think that's the thing, right? Hindi sila naglalabas ng presence anywhere else other than dun sa A-long at A-short, diba? So, hindi nila kailangan mag-move. They can just hold the A as long as they can
Yeah.
and just try to trade off immediately left and right dito. As the baby expected, pero Kasaki not checking his corner, overlooked and overrun. Blurred gets the operator shot finally,
time.
but he will use that ultimate, that rolling thunder para hanapin kung sino yung nagpa-plant ng
Player
spike.
standing.
Na-plant na agad. Kobe with a triple, and this guy hits a three-pointer. 1v2. It is King Bob against the world. He has one flash and nothing more. At naglabas na agad ng location ng si King Bob. Alam na alam kung saan manggagaling ang breach ng kalaban nila. But King Bob is also holding his nerve. Na-overlook na agad siya ng bot. Pero Kobe will hit the 4K. A quadra for Astreas Esports.
Quarter indeed. And other than that, nakita natin, once again, ito lagi yung nagiging problem ni Cebu All-Stars. Once na magkaroon tayo ng magandang start dito in terms of pick-ups, is hindi nila ito na-utilize na maganda because they're always being caught off guard by their opponents. And specifically, si Kobe, it's a flank, no? Talagang hindi nila in-expect na manggagaling siya doon kasi it's super late in the round already. And other than that, is hindi nila in-expect na magkakaroon ng butas because I think ang magandang point dito is tinake advantage ni Kobe yung default na placements ng utilities dito ng kanilang Killjoy wherein really gave them yung butas na kinakailangan nila para magkaroon sila ng edge para dun sa round na yun. But ngayon, from what we're seeing here, we're having the push here at the A site once again with, of course, the delays here in terms of their utilities. But mukhang maraming makikita ang ating Sova drone dito. Meron na mapipitas dito si Blurred sa kabilang banda ng A site nung ina-attempt niya pala ng push dito from the sewers area. But there's still no answer on the end of AE once again. It is the same drill all over and all over again from our previous rounds. Kaya naman, nako, kailangan talaga mag-step up ng Cebu All-Stars dito.
I mean, again, it's the same 5-man push. And they have already noted where the Killjoy has been set up. Kaya hindi nila kailangang isipin kung saan pa siya manggagaling. Kasama niya agad yung mga players on Astreas Esports. So not willing to even invest any sort of manpower anywhere else other than yung magiging unit ng Killjoy on the Raj. But they still noted na baka galing pa silang silong. So nandun pa lang yung Omen, magiging late yung kanyang util. Magagamit na agad ng defender Killjoy lockdown. But in the same place, they put the attacker Killjoy lockdown up para kay Yoki to get himself tong si Blurred. It's a 4 versus 4. Ngayon na nakapag-plant sila, they can just walk back at walang Killjoy lineup, napapatay sa kanila all the way from A-long.
And actually, that's a good answer din, no? Both of the lockdowns been placed down. Maganda na sana utilization ng Seekers, but before nila pag yung lockdown para ma-further delay yung mga kalaban natin, but it's not entirely enough dahil may sagot ang Cebu All-Stars dito. King Bob, meron na napitas na isa, and mukhang meron pa silang inaabangan dito sa viewers natin, and ngayon ay masisecure nila. And that brings us to another point here para sa side ng Cebu All-Stars, which just gives them more avenue to actually even out the points.
Yeah, mas malaking impact yung defender Killjoy lockdown eh. Kasi now, you don't need to push up or tingnan, i-clear yung hell. At saka, yung magiging graffiti position.
Yeah.
They are still forced out. And pambay lang ng time yung attacker Killjoy lockdown eh.
Actually.
The biggest impact that they had there was they forced them out of the defensive positions after the post-plant, diba? Nakakapag-push pa
Wala
rin.
silang choice kundi umatras nun eh.
Exactly, tas nauna pa yung defender Killjoy lockdown. So makakapasok pa rin sila pagkatapos ng kanilang sariling lockdown at hintayin na lamang yung attacker Killjoy lockdown. Papasok sila, they don't need to clear anything, lalabanan nila from A-long, and they don't even need to do anything else other than to defuse the spike itself. So another round para sa Cebu at para lamang sa All-Stars natin ay baka kailangan nila sila lamang. Blurred! Finds the shot, kaso Metro Bean in! Will get the 1-for-1 as the baby will prove that being a sentinel doesn't mean na mag-hold lang sila. Pupush pa rin si Asta at baby namatay na agad ang kalaban niya.
And this is going to be a struggle for Astreas Esports because mukhang na they discovered ng Cebu All-Stars how they will be able to actually coordinate with one another in terms of their utilities, even the combinations. Pero meron sila mapipitas dito na isa from the mid area. Mukhang mali ang pag-extend ni Kim Bob dito. But we are seeing na nandito sila sa mid, but there is a possibility din na sila ay mag-C. They will be going towards our garage area just in a bit and will be rummaging down dito sa mga utilities na meron tayo ngayon. But now, They are trying to deprive them in terms of information, but with all the numbers na equalize pa rin ngayon, and they're just holding down their specific sites, mukhang possible pa talaga to for Cebu All-Stars to actually make it work out.
Yeah, I mean,
30
as the
seconds
baby
left.
could have gotten more than just one, but maybe that's more than enough to equalize again for Cebu versus 2. Met
enemy
motorboard sa
remaining.
Emo,
Oh.
already using the paranoia. Kaya na-paranoid si Yoki at si Ray. Hindi sila makakatakbo agad. They didn't have time to rotate back all the way towards C kung saan sila nagsimula. At agad silang napatay all the way because of the paranoia. Blurred. Good job for initiating the fight. Has the baby no hesitation to use yung Viper Smoke sa sarili niyang advantage yun, di ba? Para lang silang gagamitin yun, para makapasok sila on both corners of that Poison Orb. But they never expected na nasa loob lamang ang kalaban lang si Asta Baby, who knew that he was low health, but he used himself as a beacon of info para makat nila agad yung pag-push nila sa Poison Orb. They are getting another win dito for Cebu All-Stars, and that also means another operator for the player. Itong si Blurred, konti na lamang makakapatay sana si Asta Baby, kaso nga lang, hindi siya nakakapunto ng nagkaroon ng kahit sino pa. Sasaki will
Spike
die,
planted.
and they will have a 4 versus 5.
They will have a 4 versus 5, but mukhang habang sinasabi ko yun, nalagasan na naman yung member natin dito sa side of Strayas Esports, because every single one has been rummaged down here by the side of Cebu All-Stars, just like that. Even if kung gaano kabilis sila nakapasok ng B-site natin, ganun din kabilis na wala ang B-site sa kanila. And this is going to be a flawless round here for the side of Cebu All-Stars just because of the mere advantage in terms of guns and as well as the awareness na meron sila that everyone's gone all in sa B-site natin.
Yeah, parang kung gaano kabilis lamang kayo naging kayo. Ganun din
Kabilis
kabilis
na
kayo nang wala.
Diba?
Oo.
Mayroong pahugot dito, si Ramon. Baka may natamaan sa mga viewers natin. Sorry.
Sorry. My bad. It's a battle between two of the Jets that we have dito. Si Kasaki at si Blurred. Kung saan si Kasaki nagde-deal ng first blood nung nagsimula tayo sa even game natin. Pero si Blurred, nagpapakitang gilas na ngayon. Ngayon na meron siyang operator. He was the former champion of Kings of PH 2022 and now he wants to solidify that throne. It's an early Hunter Fury para masuportahan tong si Blurred. Pero a good cloud burst denies Blurred the vision. He didn't see anything. He never expected Kasaki to even use that as a trap. 4 versus 5 in Cebu All-Stars. They're backed into a corner.
Basadong-basado na ata ni Kasaki yung ugali ni Blurred dito. You know what, Ski, alam natin na nag-o-off siya ngayon. So what if mag-abang uli din ako dito sa sewers na kung saan usually doon siya nagpipick?
Yeah,
And
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times na, di ba? So, tama na yan. Tama na daw yung 3 beses na numuronda ka dyan. Pero ngayon, meron na tayong mga oras dito kung saan merong mga matatambangan. Specifically, yung mga members natin di from each side, and every single one is just making the garage into a cemetery. Everyone's going here on our seaside already, and that is now around the time para sa kanila i-plant the spike and further wait
planted.
for any possible retake na maipa-play out ng Cebu All-Stars dito if they got the chance to do so.
5D at
Scout
saka
destroyed.
4-8 para sa kanilang credit. So, they will try and give it a good shake of the stick. Papasok pa rin sa C-site. Ang pareho nating initiator, walang sense kung magsa-save sila ngayon kasi may pera sila. Pero kalaban pa rin nila ang isang may operator na si Kasaki at may one-way, may isa pang smoke
may
para
smoke.
sa lineups
Lahat
ng
na.
post plant nila. Nilabas
remaining.
ang buong kitchen sink, may operator pa nga, and Kasaki will lock down tong si Kel and Metro Beanen will take off tong si King Bob out of his throne. It's a 4-7.
Last
Astray
round
is
in the
Esports.
half.
It's almost as if they had the game in the first place, diba? Almost as if Cebu had no chance in it. Because Blurred has been losing the 1v1 fights from the operator, and as well as it's the first time na nilabas nga ni Kasaking up niya dito, so baka nagulat nga lang yung kay
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, actually, with the setup din that they have here dito sa post-plant situation natin, I doubt na meron pa silang chance. They got the poison cloud, they got the operator just holding a specific angle, just in case na both of them will be able to swing. And yes, hindi na sila nagkaroon ng tapat dito on the end of Cebu All-Stars, but now, mukhang they want to take it slow here on the end of Astraeus Esports. One more round away against victory here para magkaroon na tayo or mag-proceed na tayo sa ating second half. There is a high possibility that they will be able to do that, but the ultimate here is already available here kay Blurred. So just in case na gusto niyang manaksak, no, gumamit ng mga anti-play siya dito, possible yon para sa kanyang end. But hindi yun gagamitin as of the moment. Blurred hindi na naman tatama. Ito, matataplisan si Kasaki but not entirely enough to shut him down.
it's almost like they're avoiding itong si Blurred like the plague, you know. Malalaman lang nila kung nasan yung op ng kalaban nila, eh dun sila aalis, dun sila mag-a-avoid. Alam nilang nasa silong si Blurred, kaya ifo-focus nila ang lahat ng resources nila over at B, kung saan naghihintay ng opportunity kung si Yoki using that very early poison orb, just baiting out the shots through the smoke, just knowing that B is an immediate threat. And Kel, being in this position, is already threatening yung pag-push ng Astreus Esports. But the fact that they are also willing to
30
push
seconds
for
left.
B is a sign na napaka-eager ng Astreus Esports na paglabanan yung C-site ulit. Ginamit na agad yung ultimate na kinumit lamang ni Yoki. Kel getting a second on Kasaki. The operator is down on the attacking side. King Bob has read every single play na
10
ginamit
seconds left.
ng Astreus Esports this time around. Cebu All-Stars
enemy
have
remaining.
played them like a fiddle.
Ace.
Order both sa Evo and as the baby will also get their own dito. Team Ace sa lahat ng Cebu All-Stars. A very
Switching
close
sides.
game. Possibly the closest dito from the qualifiers alone, Mochi.
That is so unfortunate nung nag-ultimate si Yoki. Hindi talaga niya in-expect. Hindi man lang siya tumingin sa paligid niya. Kung meron talagang tumatambay doon or nag-aabang sa kanya na talagang mapunta or mag-TP sa seaside. But now, it is indeed a struggle because this is already 2 more rounds away para mapatasan itong si Astreus Esports, and Cebu All-Stars is definitely determined para magawa nila yun na maganda. But I wonder what is going to be the difference here. I mean, they have the differences in terms of initiators, but I wonder if magkakaroon ba ng malaking impact itong mga controllers nila, lalong-lalo na that an Omen and a Viper is extremely potent in terms of their abilities, di ba? I wonder if ma-held back itong si Cebu All-Stars, but with the Breach and Jet combination, parang hindi nila hahayaan na mangyari yun.
Oo nga, yan yung parang way in para sa Cebu All-Stars natin. But that is on the coordination of Blurred and King Bob. Dapat on the same page sila. Dapat si Kel yung magbibigay ng parang magiging info nila para sa team, para matulungan si Blurred, para ma-unlock si Blurred. The winning condition for Cebu All-Stars. But as the baby and Kel doing a really good job of showing why they're also respected in their own right. Also really, really amazing pro players para maipakita na kaya din nilang itayo ang bandera ng Cebu para sa ating laban na ito. Konting tech pause lang tayo mga kaibigan. Kwentuhan lamang. It is the podcast para sa ating magiging second half. At for so far, in the Battle of the Jets, it does feel like Kasaki has been, pulling Blurred's leg a lot more than we have been expecting from Blurred dito.
Actually, what I want to point out then, Hito, for Metro Binin, kasi there are some instances na even if that he wanted to opt for a duel, is hindi yun nangyayari because it's always being caught off guard.
Yeah.
Or in terms of the positioning na rin siguro, in terms of crosshairs, laging doon talaga nagkakatalo eh. To the point na hindi nila masyado na i-utilize yung mga utilities na meron itong Sky natin kay Metro. But I hope na this time it will be quite different. But now they're going for an aggressive play here dito sa B-side. Rumekta na sila dito. Merong isang tumatambay sa dome pero not for long. We are seeing another casualty here for Blurred as well. And mukhang tumatrabaho lang siya dito. Focus siya sa goal, everyone. And we are seeing them being able to enter and plant the spike smoothly here in the B-side na walang magawa si Astreus Esports kundi harapin ito ng 3 na lamang sila.
Kobe is hesitating kasi hindi niya alam na napakalapit ng mga kalaban niya. It's a perfect right click. And Kel locking it down with a beautiful double kill to shave it all off in a flawless victory for Cebu All-Stars. Look at that coordination. The dash as well as yung flash agad ng Breach and Jet combo from Cebu All-Stars, showing why they can dominate now that they're on the attacking side. And Blurred showing that he's comfortable. Kapag siya naman yung nagtitake ng space para sa team niya, hindi niya kailangan maghintay ng mga retake, hindi na niya kailangan ipaglaban or ipag-save ang kanyang operator. Ngayon, siya naman yung papasok para sa team niya. At kapag sinabi niya, i-flash mo to, si King Bob, go lang ng go.
Diba? Dire-diretso. Ganda yung synergy nila dito in terms of their entry points or executions here for Cebu All-Stars. Nagkakaroon na lang talaga ng disparity yung kung paano ito ina-address ng Astreus Esports. Kasi during that time, wala talagang na-treat sa kanila ni isa eh, diba? But we are seeing here, B-side is already their ball. You'll be able to secure one here already si Yoki. Pero hindi magiging okay. Ito parang ni Kobe. Pero kayo nakita rin already a 3v4 but there's still a problem on how they'll be able to try and offer a retake. Lalong-lalo na hindi sila nagkakaroon ng magandang placements in terms of positioning dahil meron ng mga nakaabang sa kanila nilang mga angles and now they cannot go into the B side kahit man nagustuhin nila. It's already a 3v3. We're still waiting for any possible na pop-up season mangyayari. But we're seeing, nakoy, 6-man nila. Meron na tumatabaho dito. Pinapunta muna nila. But now it's already. Now, remembers here, nako, yung post-buzzer combat sana dito nangyayari na pero wala pa rin sasagutan. Kanina pa sila nagcha-cha-cha dito. Sumasayaw na sila. Everyone, and we're seeing here. It's going to be a collateral being put out here by Kel with a 3K being ended here by him lang naman.
3 letters in the name and he needs 3 to end the game. 7-7 mga kaibigan. Ang Cebu All-Stars bumawi pagkatapos matalo si Blurred sa laban niya against Kasaki. A beautiful entry, but what came after that was Kasaki and his really nice recovery. Taking the Bulldog, making sure that they pushed them outside of B, and after that, they just needed to buy a lot of time sa kung sino yung nagdi-defuse ng spike. However, the hero of the fight was Kel all the way from B main. It is a close fight mga kaibigan, and because the economy has been shook up, Cebu All-Stars decide na papasok sila without hesitation whatsoever. Niluto si King Bob because of the mollies, pero si Ray, naku po, nakadalawa pa nga. Si Blurred na papasok sa loob ng garage, niluto agad ni Ray. Nakatatlo ang Sentinel ng Astraeus Esports.
Tatlo ka agad yung nawala dito for Cebu All-Stars ngayon. A controller and initiator. What ano gagawin nila? Never mind! Wala na silang gagawin because Kasaki would be shutting them down on the spot before pa man na meron silang balakin na gawin dito. And ngayon, it is already still an advantage for the side of Astraeus Esports, but actually, isang puntos pa rin talaga yung kalamangan nila eh. So, ang dami bang pwedeng mangyari dito na lalong-lalo na mamalapit nang ma-activate muli yung ultimate ni Kasaki na dalawang orb na lang.
2 kills yun. Ang ibig sabihin nun, even if they lose a few gun rounds here and there, they have just 1 more na pwede nilang ibigay. Okay lang yan kasi pwede nila gamitin yung Blade Storm mamaya kapag kailangan nila mag-eco. Walang eco-eco. Ikaw na lang bumili ng rifle pare. Bibilin ko para sa'yo. Kaya lilibre si Kasaki mamaya pagdating natin dito. Pero para kay Blurred, naku po, siya nga talaga ang kailangan tingnan dito mga kaibigan. It's another fight for control on either points of the map. It's really strong that you put 3 of your active players on A site para ma-feed yung info doon sa kalaban nila. Nasa A sila manggagaling. Tinan mo yung Sky. He's stuck on A na suportahan itong Omen all the way over to the A short position. But everybody else on Cebu All-Stars has called for the rotation back on C. At wala pang contact from both the Viper and the turret. So that means this contact play will be everything para sa Cebu All-Stars. Ngayon na naman nila agad. And Kobe has been dealt a lot of damage. Blinded off the side of the face of the earth, and Blurred has no hesitation. Kahit may molly, wala siyang pake.
And this, actually, I want to applaud yung wall pa rin dito na Astraeus Esports, but that did not suffice. Lalong-lalo na ganito ka-stack yung Cebu All-Stars. Gusto nila na rumekta kaagad sa kung anumang site na babalangin nilang puntahan. And nagawa nila yun na maganda at may bonus man na pitas at ngayon dinagdagan pa. Series of trades already happening here and hindi man lang pinatapos sila na pumunta dito sa C-site natin. No longer living, and this equalizes this 8-8 scoreline between the two teams.
It does equalize, but what's the money looking like? Kasi mukhang yung iba pang mga players on the CT side have no business buying rifles dahil sa napakalaking damage ng eco sa kanila. And that is because of the patient being dealt on that garage push. And plus, they just knew na yung nag-iisang threat nila doon sa ating C site has already been dealt with, so they push on onto the CT spawn. They just waited for them to come out of hiding, and now that they have no money, they decide to push out with the ultimate from Blurred. This is what we're talking about. He's slicing them like sushi. A double from the Jet, and Blurred has shown why he is a champion in the first place. Metro beaten through the smoke, but this does not matter. Siya na lang ang nag-iisa para sa Astraeus Esports. Yung blind lamang ang ibabato niya, pero ano pa ba ang ibibigay niya?
Hindi na rin talaga viable na dumaan sa Cloudburst because of how short it already is. Even if that you wanted to do something with the Cloudburst na nilalagay ng opponent mo, hindi mo na talaga siya magagamit to the point na parang ano lang binato lang, tapos pagkabato mo, wala na kaagad
parang nagulat nga
Yeah,
siya eh.
ayan o, si Kasaki o, even if he wanted to do something and try to, ano yung tawag dito, na palagan
Yeah.
because of how nawala yung kanyang mga kakampi, hindi niya yun nagawa because before he even does that or mag-register yung sa utak niya, wala na agad yung cloudburst and before he
Yeah.
even knows it, meron ng tatlo na nasa harapan niya.
And that's like the thing about Jet para kay Blurred eh, no? It's a double-edged sword na napakabilis na mobility ni Jet, pero it also helps na ginamit nila yung parang nag-iisang Jet as a distraction.
Yeah.
And tuloy, hindi tuloy sila nagkaroon ng reconvention after niya ma-push yung C-site itself. But this time, it is just a low buy para dito sa Astrea Esports. Close lamang, yung iba naka-stinger lang din. And after the pick-up doon sa ating mid-side, they have evened it out at nakuha na agad yung A. Asta
One
Baby
enemy
again with a
remaining.
double, a 3K para kay Asta Baby. All said and done, it's another additional ult orb para sa kanya. At nag-iisa na lamang ang Viper. We'll only get 1 kay Blurred, pero King Bob will put the final nail into this next eco buy.
Nagpa-falter na rin sa Astrea Esports. I mean, there are some instances na they don't want to be reactive, which is also a good thought in theory.
Yeah.
But at the same time kasi, you cannot actually execute ng ikaw lang mag-isa. Kailangan may
nga eh.
kasama ka.
Kaya nga team eh.
Yeah, specifically from Kasaki earlier, he tried to push forward dito sa B site natin papunta sa grass, but at the same time, there's no one to actually trade him in return, which just definitely just resulted to a loss para sa side ng Astrea Esports. But now, from what we're seeing here from Cebu All-Stars, mukhang no one stopping them at the current time. Hunter Trade is gonna be captured here as well sa fault line, pero ngayon, mukhang hindi talaga sila nakakapalag dito. Everyone's just falling apart here in the end of Astrea Esports because of all of the utilities na nilalatag dito sa Cebu All-Stars. And before they even know it, they're already at the site. And dalawa na lang ang naiiwan dito from AE. But, they're still taking their time. They're respecting still the presence na meron dito ang kanilang mga kalaban. But, I wonder if aware sila na si Asta Baby ang nandito lamang sa garage area natin na nag-aabang.
Ang Razor para sa Cebu All-Stars na naghihintay na matando si Yoki! Welcome sa garage, kaibigang Yoki! Nag-iisa na lamang si Kasaki. 1v4, naku po, niluto, sinangag na agad ang iba pang mga player ng Astreus. Nag-iisa na lamang ang star player na niluto lamang sa harap ni Asta Baby who went through from garage, rotated back towards Silong to show that he is a threat sa kalaban nilang Astreus Esports. And oh my, Cebu All-Stars have shown their form this time around. Nung nag-equalize sila agad against Astreus, now they are focused. Now they are pressing the issue. And although they had a really good chance sana na labanan yung garage, Ray has been performing that for the last few rounds now. Alam na alam nila agad kung saan na yung magiging moves ni Ray. And although it was an optimistic choice na i-hold nila yung backside, they had every single position scouted because of the amount of util that they pushed out. Hunter's Fury dun sa backside, tapos meron pang aftershock doon sa ating platform. Walang matatakbuhan ng si King Bob.
Yeah.
At wala na siyang agad magagawa dahil namatay siya agad.
Actually, they just let the utilities do its thing. Just place it in every single corner na meron dito sa C-site and just let them die. Ano na kasi yung play. Nilapag lang nila yon and that was it. They paved them the way, a red carpet to push forward sa C-site natin. But ngayon, we're still waiting here dito on our B-side just in case that they will definitely commit in here. Pero nakaabang na ang Astrea Esports sa any possible na mga ulo na malilitaw dito sa B-side natin. Pero ngayon, naantay natin kung ano ang kanilang next move. They still have the utilities na meron sila. And readily available pa rin. The lockdown already commencing here.
No.
Pero ngayon, Rolling Thunder pa. Really preventing them from pushing further sa B-side natin. Pero ngayon, Asta Baby in another awkward position. He'll be able to see someone here. Mapipitas niya. But as I was seeing here, blurred ako nagpa-pop up si kuya mo kanina pa. Yoki, he will be the last soul for Survivor here and not for long because that secures the match point here on the end of Cebu All-Stars.
Habang tumatagal, umiinit ang Cebu All-Stars. Narus na ang lechon para malaman na nila lahat kung gaano kalakas ang Cebu. Ngayon ang pinakita na nila kung gaano kainit na agad nitong si King Bob at saka si Blurred. This duo has shown and performed when they had the space needed. They can just aggress. Ngayon na alam nilang walang pera at walang magagamit sa panlaban ang Astreus Esports. Back to the default plan at positions ang ating Astreus Esports. Doon sa may C-site ng Viper kanina, pero ngayon na napakatakot siya ngayon. Kailangan nila ng may tao na may mobility. Kaya papasok na dito ang Omen, si Blurred, mag-e-entry, si Kobe, tutulong pero walang makita si Ray. as the baby with another. It's all on the two players on Astraeus. They have shown that they can dominate. They have shown that they can adapt. But the only thing that they can run away from is the lockdown and the 4 players on Cebu All-Stars. They have nothing to show for, nothing to report, nothing to stop Cebu All-Stars from taking this round. It will be a clean sweep, mga kaibigan, as it is Kasaki run down with the Rolling Thunder. Pero lumalaban pa rin sila on their final breath. But as the time dwindles, as they all try to push, Motorboat sa Emo has the perfect lineup! Spray on kay Kasaki! Pero may time pa rin si Metro Binin!
Naging overconfident si Cebu All-Stars at that moment. They really thought that the round is already on their end. But little do they know that Astraeus Esports has something else up on their sleeve. Kahit na hinahunt down sila ng mga members natin dito on the end of Cebu All-Stars, wala silang pakialam. Kasaki has the operator and the shorty to actually eliminate a couple of their members, and sinuportahan siya na maganda ni Metro Benin dito, which definitely resulted them to actually having one more breath existing para sa kanilang team. Pero ngayon, marami na mga ultimates available dito. They have the Viper's Pit, they have the From the Shadows, and it's already up to them kung paano nila ito magagamit ng maganda.
And just as we thought that it was over, they have shown resilience dito sa kanilang regard. The 2 versus 5 retake has worked wonders, but now they need to do that 3 times in a row. Blurred has made his presence known, but Kasaki has been overlooked. Napatay agad ni Keltong si Metro Binin. Hinintay na lang patayin si Kasaki, but they trade Blurred's life for it. Is that worth it? We'll find out later into the round. Astraeus Esports, a 3 versus 4. They have the Viper's Pit, but they need the space. They need to conquer the C site push. Pero yung A site yung tinignan agad ng Cebu All-Stars, and Motorboat sa Emo is the guy who is guarding yung CT push.
Hindi natin sure kung paano nila ma-take to because it's pretty cramped here dito sa ating city area. But now, we're seeing trades already. 2v3 ang ating labanan ngayon. Pero ngayon, mukhang dito na lang talaga mag-dwindle down in terms of our strength in numbers. And that resorted to us to the 39 score line in favor for the side of Cebu All-Stars.
Cebu All-Stars showing that the pride is definitely on their side. The hometown heroes can be happy with where they have proven themselves, pero dito sa finals natin malalaman kung mas malakas sila against their competitors, Agtang Bahog Singot, sa ating magiging final stage. Yun yung napaka-close game na hinahanap natin.
Yes. And actually, we saw kung ano yung differences, no? Yung mga dynamics ng mga teams natin against each other, kung paano sila bumawi, paano sila nalaglag, and at the same time, paano sila bumabawi. Because doon naman talaga din nagda-drive and like, this already happened, so what now? Ano nang gagawin natin? What's the next step? And our next step is this fight of Cebu All-Stars and as well as Agdamba Hogsingot, which definitely, right now, like what you've said, this is the closest match that we have so far. And we cannot wait kung paano to makaka-apekto din sa laban nila against Agdamba Hogsingot. Lalo na syempre, at this current time, mainit ang mga kamay. We have all the pressure actually just being removed from their body, no? Parang chill-chill sila, kailangan nila mag-cool down. Or would this actually be their fuel para magpursige palalo, para mapanalo nila ang ating leg 2 of the qualifiers ng PLPH?
Yeah, tama. Mamomotivate ba ang ating parehong competitors all the way from TNC Cebu? Malalaman ba natin kung deserving ba ang ating hometown heroes, the Cebu All-Stars, or will Agtang Bahog Singot, their own hometown heroes, or are they going to be able to show that they're the better Cebuana team in this qualifying stage? Malalaman natin yan after the short break. But before that, we would like to thank yung sponsors natin for making Predator League possible, ang Predator Gaming, Intel, at Planet 9. Huwag kayong aalis mga kaibigan, magbabalik ang Predator League.
One enemy remaining.
Standing ahead. Going out.
Enemy kill. Ground.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's
Spike
ready.
down. C. enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ready. How about one down?
Last player standing.
You should run.
One enemy remaining.
Impeccable kill.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Yikes.
One enemy remaining.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Oops.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Got one.
One enemy remaining.
Lock in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Duck.
With the Predator Helios 3D 15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here.
Welcome back mga kaibigan sa second leg of the Philippine Qualifiers ng Predator League 2023. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para sa ating second day of the Qualifiers, and we have the stage set para sa ating final game of the TNC Cebu qualifying stage.
And yes, nakita naman natin na as of the moment is napaka-close ng ating mga laban. Kung kanina nakita natin yung mga players natin from Ikaw Ragang and as well as Agtang Bahog, Singot, clash over our first match for this day. Nakita natin kung tayo ng 13-3. Which is quite one-sided, and of course, Agtang Bahog Singot ang nanalo doon. And for this next one, we have Cebu All-Stars and as well as Astrayos Esports, wherein there is a pretty close score. Ano nga bang ang kanilang score at the time? It's 13-7.
I think 13-7. Oh,
yeah, 13-7. Hindi na sila nakascore the moment na nagkaroon tayo ng second half. But that just means that Cebu All-Stars and as well as Agtang Bahog Singot will be facing off each other for the finals ng araw na ito.
And you know what? It seems like fate na silang dalawa yung naglaban dito eh. Kasi we saw the best out of TNC Cebu ngayon sa araw na ito, and it is a reunion of sorts.
Yeah.
Dahil maglalaban si Asta from one side against Exotic and Slatom. Yung tatlong yon ay magka-team dati sa Abaddon Abyss. So magkakalaban sila kumbaga, diba?
Yeah.
At sa iisang LAN setup lang sila maglalaban ngayon over at TNC Cebu. So it is a reunion, but it is not a pleasant one kasi sa kanilang tatlo, isa lang sa team nila ang makakapasok sa ating magiging group stages. And will it be Asta Baby or will it be Exotic or Slatom heading on into the next round? Malalaman natin yan, pero before that, we would like to thank our sponsors na ulit, ang Predator Gaming, Intel, at saka Planet 9 for making all of this possible para mangyari ang ganitong matchup natin.
And of course, syempre, we also have our officials from GAD that are right there right now. So, thank you so much for making this event possible. And, oo nga, in terms of what we have seen kanina, tingin mo paano ito makaka-apekto sa kanila? Kasi, nakita nila yung laro ng isa't isa.
Yeah.
Nakalam din nila na mabilis yung laro ng isa naman medyo napatagal.
Yeah.
How do you think this is gonna affect them though?
Definitely, we will be putting more of our chips doon sa kung sino yung mas mabilis na natapos, diba?
Yeah.
Ang ating Agtang Bahog Singot na nakapag-dominate sa kanilang bind game. Imaginein mo yun, pagdating doon sa second half, a complete domination ang nakita natin from them. Walang 3-9 curse na nangyari. Talagang hindi sila pinascore man lang kahit isa lamang. Ganon kalakas ang naging duo natin na si Exotic at si Slatom. But you have to give a lot of credit as well kay Brainfreeze at saka kay Nico. Pinag-usapan ko kanina kay Exotic kung sino yung naging brains of the operation. It has been Brainfreeze, pero nag-split pala yung brains nila. Si Nico din, nagbibigay din ng IGL prowess. Kaya dalawa yung pinag-uusapan nilang plano, dalawa yung kanilang mga magiging, anong ba tawag doon? Parang mastermind sa kanilang lahat ng mga plano. So in turn, madalian ang kanilang mga pag-uusapan at napakadali lang din ng execution katulad ng nakita natin sa bind game.
I mean, sabi nga nila, 2 brains are better than 1.
Sure.
So, that just means na magkakaroon tayo ng more creativity or more diversity in terms of how they play. But on the end of Cebu All-Stars, nakita naman natin na pag meron silang naset na direksyon, dire-diretso na yun.
Kaya nga
diba?
eh.
So, I feel like that is a good balance or difference in terms of these two teams. Nakikita natin yung contrast na itong isang team na to, it's more on creativity and they're compiling every single idea that they have in order to make things work. On the other hand, we have Cebu All-Stars na once na meron silang maset na goal or type of execution or strategy, matik is yun na ang kanilang carry out. But this time, we will be able to play a mapa ng Pinoy, Ascent, wherein we will be having the same lineup on both sides.
Mirror matchup para sa Pinoy map, mga kaibigan. It is the most Ascent team comp that we are seeing. It is a double initiator with the existence of a KO para masuportahan ang parehong jet natin. It is Exotic versus Blurred para sa ating duelist matchup. Now, they give all the reins, all of the control pabalik dito kay Exotic. Although, he was playing yung Sentinel role doon sa bind game natin. He was playing a chamber. So, parang ganun na din ang kanyang naging trabaho. But now, Blurred, nothing has changed. He is still the winning condition. He is still the one we have to look out for. And now, that all relies on his shoulders, especially against possibly the strongest Cebu team that we have seen, Agtang Bahog Singot.
And as we may know, Ascent is such a classic map, a blank canvas indeed, so it's already up to them how they will be able to paint this with blood and sweat. Literal, kasi talagang papatay nila isa't isa dito sa mga
So yung
stages
tears
natin.
galing sa kung sino yung natalo?
Omsim, gano'n na nga. Pwede yung tears from kung sino yung masaya, pero parang ang aga naman ata kasi phase 1 pa lang, di ba? Nasa qualifiers pa rin tayo. By the way, everyone, our registration for our upcoming legs for qualifiers is still open for anyone to grab. So just in case na yung mga teams natin earlier who lost wanted to give it another shot, then definitely do so. Pero once again, nakita na natin kung gaano kapotent yung mga members natin dito from the side of Agdam Bangosingot, wherein we have seen kanina na itong mga agents, I mean, of course, they're gonna stick with their specific roles. Nakita natin how Brain Freeze has been able to actually set control. Other than the fact na siya yung IGL ng team, mukhang nagkakaroon sila ng magandang execution in terms of how they can deny the information, and if that is truly probable, I wonder what's going to be the difference now na ngayon is double initiators na ang kanilang setup.
No, definitely. All the info in the world and everything set up para sa duelist nila. But now, mga kaibigan, we're heading on into the Ascent map. Ang dalawa nating mga Cebuano teams ready na para magkaroon ng seat sila doon sa group stages pa lang na talagang hawak na agad ng cookies and cream, kaya nakikita kung sino yung sasama sa ice cream nating mga kaibigan. Nasa Ascent na tayo at mukhang papasok tayo sa laban. However, it will be a very short tech pause para makapag-reconnect na agad ang ating isa sa mga players dito. So, quick and easy lang. Napapansin mo ba na kapag nasa Ascent tayo, parang nandun lagi yung mga weird stuff na nangyayari?
True. Actually, those are the most, parang unexpected. Kanina sa Haven, parang nasusundan pa natin. Medyo namamanifest na rin natin. Parang itsura pa lang ng Ascent, kahit nasabihin natin na it's the most basic map, there is still a lot of occurrences na nangyayari. Mostly the ones na hindi natin ine-expect. So, hopefully, meron tayong mga makitang ganon. Pero at the current time kasi, with how they have the same lineups, no? Walang nagbadya na mag-fade, walang nagbadya na mag-Reyna. Walang nag-attempt. So, we are gonna see how they'll be able to play this on their own way and on their own style. Lalo-lalo na ito, I mean, we have seen this lineup everywhere. Kahit sa rank, it's just the same thing.
Yeah, kasi it's like the most optimal way to play an Ascent game nga naman, di ba? Like the stability of a Killjoy, but the perfect counter to it, the KO, para ma-disable kapag nahanap mo agad kung nasaan yung Killjoy gamit ang nag-iisa mong knife. Pero it will be a very aggressive setup for the side of Cebu All-Stars. Kita mo naman, tatlo ang mismong mag-hold ng mid-bottom, pero hindi sila mag-hold mismo. Sa tingin mo ba mag-hold sila ng ganyan ang setup nila? Hindi! Papasok sila, lalaban sila dun sa mid-link mismo. At kapag nasaportahan sila na napakagandang flash, napakagandang paranoia na pwedeng ilabas ng Omen dito, ay mahihirapan lalo ang ABS. Hindi yung studio, ang Agtang Bahog Singot na magkaroon ng kahit anong momentum dito. So what's a really good way to counter that? Avoid the mid-link push altogether. So it's nice that they put the duo of the Jet as well as the KO all the way over to A lobby so that they can make some active space making doon sa may A main. Especially now that you look towards that area, walang tao doon ng Cebu All-Stars. Nasa mid talaga sila invested.
Actually, I'm quite wondering nga what if ganun nga yung balak nilang play, no? Lalong-lalo na in the first round, di mo i-expect na mag-exert sila ng ganun kaagad na aggression.
Yeah.
So just in case that they would actually push the mid area, that might actually be a hit or miss, lalong-lalo na once again, they have some people here in the top mid kung sakali man na yun ang talagang balak.
Well, I mean, naging excited tayo sa pagpunta sa Ascent, pero you know, I think we need to make everything spick and span sa pagbalik natin dito sa Ascent. So, balik muna tayo dito sa mga mukha namin. Hello, ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Moji. Kami ang inyong casters para sa final game ng qualifying stage dito. The second day of Predator League 2023. Ito nga pala yung parang hindi ko sabihin start of the journey pero parang nasa tuhod na tayo ng joints.
Ano yan, kanta ba yan? Paa, tuhod, balik.
Yeah.
na,
Yeah, exactly.
ng on-site qualifier.
Yeah.
Actually, true.
Diba?
Parang ng on-site qualifiers natin, like, we're already on our second stage for the on-site. So, right now here, I mean, nakita naman din natin from Cebu, we have seen a lot of them already in the top teams na meron tayo ngayon. We have some people from RRQ, we have some people from diba? So, at this current time, I'm wondering if magkakaroon pa tayo ng mga Cebu Pride people sa mga future na, because balita ko, yung mga members natin ngayon dito na nakikita natin na naglalaro are also looking for their specific organizations.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Naalala nyo naman yung kwento ng MVP Esports, you know. Top 4 teams sa BCL at muntika na silang makakwalify sa Ascension pero natalo agad at ngayon naghahanap na sila ng magiging bagong organization. Mag-aampon sa kanila, saktong-sakto sa ating sitwasyon dito. Pero mukhang independent sila ngayon since naglalaro sila sa kanilang hometown, ang Agtang Bahog Singot. Sayang na sayang no? Kasi napanood ko yung game na yun, yung nung MVP Esports pa sila, and they were like milliseconds away sana. Kaso, it just wasn't for them, unfortunately.
It's not it, yeah.
Oo nga. Yun yung parang moments ng pro player. I'm sure the brain freeze, kahit nung previous tenure niya sa previous FPS niya, may ganun na siyang moment. So, I'm sure that he is looking to find a way para i-reconcile yung sarili niya dun sa kanyang moment na yun.
I mean, it's always the laging merong comeback sa mga players natin. Like, whenever that they have some leagues na natatalo sila, they always come back stronger in the next one. Sometimes in shapes that we didn't even expect them to be.
Dati oblong sila, ngayon triangle na sila.
Hindi, nagiging icosahedra na sila.
Ganun.
O, di ba? Parang nagiging more complicated na sila maglaro. Icosahedron. Wow! Big word.
Big word.
Basta guys, you get the gist. Like, they always come back with something that we did not expect them to be. They always have some new agents to actually share. Or, with just overall tip-top shape. Like, for example, in terms of their mindset, malay mo, yun lang pala yung kailangan nilang baguhin for them to execute better, di ba?
Yeah, kasi at the end of the day, hindi lang naman ito barilan. It's all about mentality. Yung mindset mo sa kada laro mo at saka yung kung gaano tatagal ang iyong endurance. Lalo na at nasa isang mapa tayo kung saan we are very much known for overtimes. Kumbaga. So, I'm expecting this to be a very close game. Pareho sa ating mga teams na may experience sa VCT. However, it is very important then to note that both of these teams have a story to go about dito sa laban na ito. Napag-usapan ko na yun sa MVP Esports. What about yung sa kabilang side naman ng ating nagiging bracket? Cebu All-Stars, di ba? Naalala mo, 2022, Predator Kings of PH, di ba? At yung pinakaunang breakout star ng ating local scene ay ang Naos Esports. At sino yung duelist, ang star ng show doon sa panalo nila? Si Blurred. At ngayon, 1 year later, ngayon siya naman na ang magtatayo ng bandera ulit ng kanyang team para madepensahan ang kanyang isa mga championships. Pero that is if matatalo niya ang kanilang kalaban, ang Agtang Bahog Singot. Napakahirap talaga pangalan.
Yeah, with a whole new crew as well.
Yeah.
Kasi parang kada journey na nagtatapos, meron palagi yung bagong mga salta, which just means that they have a whole story to tell na naman kung sakali mo na mangyayari ito. And of course, with the teammates na meron siya ngayon, that just means na there is also a lot of opportunities for growth na naman.
Yeah.
So, ibig sabihin na dapat ganito po rin natin.
Dapat
Yung ganito dito dapat.
Dapat yun dito, doon. Tapos ikaw, nandyan. Tapos tayo, magkakaroon, di ba? Oo, na-
Tapos magkakaroon ng ng ganitong mga utility. You know,
Oo,
there's this whole mix of adjustments na naman one with another, which is actually that's good. Kasi I mean, in terms of organizations, kasi they always choose not just because in terms of who is the perfect fit. Sometimes they always choose din kasi who's much more flexible,
That's true.
who has the greater mindset, who
Tama.
can be the light of their team when everything's already gone into demise or pagka nagkakahirapan na. So I think that's also some factors that they are looking for as well. And of course, kabilang na dyan kanilang mga experiences. But I am really looking forward to see ng up close yung mga players natin na possibly is magkaroon ng hindi lang Cinderella run like talagang possible
Yeah.
from the bottom to the top. Like gusto kong makasubaybay ng ganon, and it would be nice if meron tayong makikita dito noon sa Predator League.
I think like the format then of the tournament as a whole also helps with it. Na kung magkakaroon ka ng comeback story, kahit natalo ka sa ganitong qualifier, may chances ka pa rin na makapasok pa rin, di ba? And knowing these players na ngayon na I'm sure na kapag ka natalo sila, they're not willing to let this opportunity go. So I'm sure na kapag ka natalong is mga Cebuano teams natin, I'm expecting them na makita sila sa online qualifiers natin in the coming stages of this tournament. Just to be clear to everybody, that is on October 7, 8, 14, at saka 15 for our online qualifiers. At pwede pa rin kayo mag-register habang nanonood kayo ng Predator League 2023. So, punta lang kayo sa Predator Gaming para malaman kung paano mag-register on the upcoming qualifiers para magkaroon kayo ng shot para makapasok sa ating group stages. But that's if you go through the gauntlet first.
Medyo mahirap nga tayo, no? I mean, dito rin kasi parang nagkakaroon tayo ng mga bagong knowledge. I mean, pati yung mga viewers natin. Hindi lang yung viewers natin, pati tayo. Kasi, I mean, yes, we are quite familiar with the players, some of the players here. Like, for example, yung kasi sila Brain Freeze, sila Blurred, etc. Even AMPH from last time. Pero yun nga lang, sadly, hindi sila pinalo na mapasok. Anyways, still, like, we are still learning more about these players day by day. And that just means that this is going to be an additional chapter in our book. Not just, parang volumes na nga, no? Volumes. Because of how they were able to actually strive further. So, just in case lang naman manalo itong team natin ngayon, and malay mo, if ever na merong matalo isa sa kanila, mag-comeback sila sa mga future na legs natin, that would be nice kasi there is a potential na magkaharap uli sila.
Oo nga,
diba?
Tapos magandang rivalry na yun diba? Malay mo, what if nanalo si Blurred ngayon, tapos si Exotic gusto pa niyang pumalag, diba? O, di mo sumali sa susunod na qualifier, mag-qualify siya, tapos kapag naglaro sila sa iisang group over at the group stage, then that is a story to look out for. Magkakaroon ba ng one-up ulit itong si Exotic laban kay Blurred, diba? Yun yung ganung mga story na nakikita ko sa, or yung may expect ko kapag dumating tayo after this qualifying stage. A lot to learn, a lot to experience dito pa lang sa second day natin, mga kaibigan, over at TNC Cebu. You know, it's a pretty fun thing to find out na this tournament is enabling yung mga Filipinos from all across the Philippines na ipakita yung talento nila sa laban at saka sa e-sport na ito, 'di ba?
Yes, actually. And I am quite wondering din, and it would be fun if we will be having the new agent in the mix din kasi. Like, so far, hindi pa natin siya nakikita. So, just in case man na makita natin si Deadlock dito and provide us new perspectives on how we'll be able to play that agent nang hindi lang sa rankings as we usually see her, well, that would be awesome as well. Sadly nga lang, di natin mapiplay yung Sunset.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, yun talaga yung isa mga pinakahihintay ko Paano gagamitin ng mga pros natin, yung mga bagong mga agents na lumabas? And hindi naman frustrated, pero parang gusto ko lang talaga makakita ng magaling na Deadlock sa ating mga tournaments. Kasi that's when we find out the best way and the most efficient way to use yung Deadlock, because as of now, hindi pa tayo nakakita ng napaka-efficient use of the Deadlock itself, since, it's not that efficient of an agent as a flank watch. It is really strong as an anchoring agent, pero on the lurk, it definitely depends on the player. But on the whole flip side, I'm really expecting these changes to actually affect yung magiging meta natin into the next coming weeks, since nasa infancy stage pa lang tayo.
For Gecko as well, diba? Kasi Gecko's been there for a while na, and we have seen other teams internationally play it already.
Ang iconic na nga niya ngayon
iconic na siya ngayon kasi parang yung spotlight natin, talagang inaano ni Valorant na, you know what? tapos yung era ni Jet, clear ko naman tayo. Let's get the Latinas and the Latinos the spotlight, okay? So, ayun, nagawa naman nila na maganda.
Nagka-Latina accent.
Yeah, it's just good. Kasi it just means that it encourages diversity, diba?
Yeah,
But other than that, like once again, existing na si Keiko for a while already. But at the same time, us Filipinos are still wondering how we will be able to play it in competitive, not like competitive na rank ha, like competitive na ano talaga, like esports mismo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about like an ever-changing environment sa isang esport na laging nag-change constantly, just to give us a fresh outlook on a lot of things dito. Just a quick
Yes,
update
sir.
mga kaibigan. Nagre-relabi lang ang lahat ng mga pro teams na, ang mga pro players natin para makapag-ensure tayo na smooth ang ating magiging final game dito. Ngayon lang to, at least nasa simula pa lang, hindi sa gitna ng game kung saan, nasa taas pa lang yung adrenaline ng mga pro players natin. So yun, okay lang. We give some time para mag-ensure na 100% ang lahat ng pro teams natin into a very important stage of the qualifying round.
Yes, of course. And malay mo, yung mga viewers natin na nanonood ngayon, lalo silang ma-inspire na mag-grind further sa Valorant.
Oo, tama.
Pagka nakikita nila naglalaro yung mga players natin right now, lalo na kanina. Actually, hindi ko na-point out yun no? May nakita ako, hindi ko sure kung sino yun, pero si Brain Freeze ba? Hindi, kalaban nila yun
Kalaban nila.
Yung, I forgot the IGN.
What did he do? What did he do?
What he did is, ginamit niya yung Viper Spit na hindi pang plant. Ginamit niya as pang delay
Nasa loob.
sa mga
Nasa loob ba yun?
defenders
Nasa loob ba yun ng
nabanan
seaside?
sila.
Nasa seaside
Yeah,
ba
sa
yun?
seaside.
Okay, then I know what you're talking about.
Diba?
Yeah.
So, I'm quite wondering din if there are some unconventional ways na pwede nila magamit yung mga abilities natin
Actually,
ngayon.
Viper in Haven is already unconventional eh.
Ayun nga diba? Like, ang dami nilang alam.
Kaya nga.
Ang dami nilang alam gawin in a good way, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that just shows the creativity that a lot of our players have dito eh. You know, and if we are looking for more weird stuff, maybe pick more Gecko in a lot more conventional maps.
Yeah.
Siguro sa Haven, I don't know. Hindi naman siya very optimal sa Haven, pero you know, it kind of is nice to dream about it.
Especially for default.
Kaya
no?
nga eh, di ba? You know, that's the thing about
Yeah.
like an ever-changing meta is that we're getting shown like new stuff every time kapag nasa comp match tayo. As of now, well, we saw the Viper over at Haven, but
Yeah.
it's all gonna be the case at this point, mga kaibigan. It will be that Ascent Cup that we have been shown, Double Initiator, KO, at saka Sova, and parang may expect ko, eto ha, I will bet you 10 pesos. 10 pesos na pagdating sa first round pa lang, magpupush sila ng mid link. I swear to you, magpupush yung mga defensive side ng mid link.
Asan yung 10 pesos mo? Charin.
Well, malalaman natin kung magkaka 10 pesos ako mga kaibigan dahil nandito na tayo on our game proper. Tapos na magre-lobby ang lahat ng mga pro players natin at nakaset up na agad ang mga pre-round positions. Again, it's the same positions kung saan naka-hold itong, I believe, ang ating Jet at saka ang KO over at the side of the T-sided players. Doon lang nag-hold sa may Gelato while they leave everyone to play the passive position over at B.
It's still actually the same positioning, I mean, we're just waiting for another player, but at the same time, we might possibly see na merong mga fake outs na mangyayari here with the positioning na meron tayo dito for Agtang. Lalo na, I mean, it's equally distributed, no? Mukhang may pa-line up pa nga ata itong si Sova natin, hindi natin sure. We're just waiting for them to reconnect. But at the same time, still open for a lot of possibilities, a lot of, what do you call this? A lot of outcomes na maaaring mangyari dito na na-ascent map. Regardless of the fact that this is the first one, it still encourages a lot of avenue for creativity amongst our players.
Interesting parang nag-overthink sila pareho eh. Kasi normally you would expect like a Killjoy on the defensive side to be around B since that's the easiest to set up kapag ka pistol round.
Yep.
You just put yung isang alarm bot mo tapos yung dalawang mga swarm grenades over at lane. That's one of the default areas on how you could play
They
as a
got
Killjoy,
A-site
diba?
no?
Pero sa A-site siya nag-position. And that's a point where sa tingin nila they have the upper hand. They are one move advantage out sa chess match nila. Pero naisip
What are
agad
the
ng
odds,
ABS. So,
eh?
what are the odds, diba? Naisip nila na baka wala yung Killjoy dun sa B. So, they decided to put the active players on the A site. They will dodge away from that mid-split that I'm talking about. And they will face up against not only a Killjoy, but his utility lang. Yun lang yung kalaban nila.
I like how we're overanalyzing it, no?
Isipin
Kahit na-
mo, he
Wala
dodged,
pa-
wala silang makikita sa mid.
Wala
Sa A sila papasok.
Hindi pa tayo na-start, pero ina-overanalyze doon natin siya. Pero not gonna lie, that's also a possibility. Pero alam mo, yung gusto ko talagang makita dito is the fact na magkaroon tayo ng mga Odin plays amongst our Sobas na meron dito. Baka lang naman meron silang mapakita na ganon. But we're already starting here from our first round with some paranoia as well as our recon start actually connected. Pero naku, push bigla yung mga members ng from Cebu All-Stars, and before we even know it, Kill is already on his third kill streak. Pinupush over sila ng rest of the team here from Cebu All-Stars, and they are indeed shining bright here because nako, naiwan na lang si Neto Enjoyer, and he is running on his way towards A, and it is about time for him to actually try and see kung meron siyang mapipitas dito. Yes, merong isa, but not entirely enough for him to advance further on this round.
So, ang sinasabi mo, naka-triple kill ang Sova ng defensive side. Cebu All-Stars starting off brightly dito agad sa pag-aggress nila on B main. At yung passive positions nila has backfired on them because of the active push na ginawa agad, leading by example tong si Kel. Already starting off strong para sa kanya and even getting 3 free ult orbs para sa kanilang magiging later rounds. A good start for Cebu All-Stars, but we're expecting Abdang Bahog Sinot na magkaroon ng kahit anong comeback dito, lalo na at second round pa lang.
Asan 10 pesos ko? Ninilag mo siya, min. But anyways, ibang push ang ginawa nila, which is really nice. Commended at mga members natin dito from the side of Cebu All-Stars. Gumawa na siya ng wallet, guys. Literal, nabibigyan niya ako ng 10 pesos. Pero ngayon, we are seeing them being able to connect those shots already. Nako, si Kel lang naman yung tumatrabaho dito, but also trying to attempt an offer free fire. They're on the side of Cebu All-Stars. Hindi pa kumukonect ang iba to maliban sa isa na meron na napitas dito from the side of ABS or Ada Bahog Singot, and we are seeing them attempting to go and possibly push forward sa A site natin.
Nakakaamoy sila at mukhang bahog nga ang loob ng A site, lalo na't may util lamang ni King Bob na yun lang ang magdedepensa sa loob ng A. But look at ABS and look at how patient they are, leaving the only gen to find info for themselves. Exotic only one, pero Neto Enjoyer, he will get the second. However, Cebu All-Stars are shining brightly sa pagdepensa nila sa loob ng A site. It is a 2-0. Minimal damage on the eco, keeping majority of their guns. They even got sheriffs para sa dalawang lang na namatay on this side on their defense. Look at the amount of positioning na meron sila over at B. Kel over at the long angle. Konting-konti na lang makakapangalawa pa sana tong si Exotic. However, with the amount of damage that they have dealt over towards the side of Cebu All-Stars, maybe it will have some effect since that means they have to invest as much money as they can into this round.
No problema for Cebu All-Stars, pero just as I was saying, na gusto ko makikita ng Odin play, pero hindi ito hinakawakan ng either of our Subas because it's in the hands of I Love Milk Tea. We are seeing here a lot of utilities being thrown here sa B-site natin. Pinapaulanan lang nila kung sino man ang pwedeng manggaling dito sa ating CT, but still, mukhang merong butas na nakita si Kel dito na pwede niyang magamit, take advantage into it, but now, a lot of time, a lot of utilities is already the spike being put down here sa B-site natin. Pero ngayon, mukhang maganda ang placement ng Cebu All-Stars. It is the buy round after all. Down, which leads us to a couple more people here na existing at nabubuhay pa sa ABS, pero not for long. Ngayon is already a 1v3, pero si Brainfreeze tumatabaho pa rin. At mukhang ipigilan niya talaga na itong mga members natin dito from the side of ABS. Pero, still, Cebu All-Stars pa rin ang nanaig.
No man, they invested everybody sa loob ng B site. Nobody to cut them doon sa B main. They decided na sa lane na lang sila magkakaroon ng cut, pero ang importante lamang sa kanila is they take out that one player doon sa market. Yes, Exotic got a really important frag as the baby, but the fact that they took care of him and the lane player means that all their eyes has to be set sa loob ng B site itself, trapping both the Killjoy that only had the Odin to work with at si Brainfreeze na talagang sobrang low na agad because of the long-range gunfights that they needed to fight for doon sa ating B-set itself. An early 3-0 para sa Cebu All-Stars. Again, showing off all of their fortitude on their defensive side this time. Now they want to put the pressure on them. Exotic, first shot over. Motorboat sa Amo. Mawawala na ng gas. Nakuha na agad ng Phantom at ibibigay sa Jet. And now is when they try to fight off with the operator. Blurred has shown that he can fall back again with the op and make some impact with that noise. Pero now that they cut noise, make a lot of time to make their decisions, that is when ABS is at their most dangerous.
Ngayon ay nag-iintayin tayo dito kung ano nga ba ang tamang lugar na kailangang patutunguan because there's still a lot of utilities na nakakalat dito sa B-side nila. If ever disturbable and mukhang naririnig or well aware na naman sila of that fact, but with the addition na meron nang nawala dito from the side of Cebu All-Stars, that just means more avenue para sa side ng Agtambahog Singot na mag-execute further sa kung anumang site ang kanilang pipiliin. But ngayon, the time is ticking, so they really have to work this through. But now, nagparamdam na sila sa A-site natin for noise to market, pero wala namang handle, but that just gives them the carpet to actually pass through, maglakad. Pero Hunter's Fury natin, madedelay ang mga kasama natin dito, pero not entirely enough to actually shut them down. And ngayon, it's already about time for them to actually put the spike down. And kung mariretake nga ba ito ng Cebu.
Hindi na clear itong si Brain Freeze. He just gets punished. And again, it's the same positions that they had in the previous round. Nobody around B main. So they have to defend the site at all costs. Kel with the Odin singing, showing that he is the god of thunder. Pero papasok si Kimbab into the one tap from I Love Milk Tea. At iinom siya with a mouthful of lead as the baby gets shot from that Phantom. Kel just singing with the double kill. And it's all on net of Enjoyer, but he will not enjoy anything out of the 3K from Asta Baby. It is a 4-0 from the double initiators that they've had that are standing tall amongst everyone who have died from this cause.
Pero at the same time kasi, regardless of the fact that they're already on a 4-point winning streak here on the end of Cebu All-Stars, we should take into account na our members here from the side of Agtambahog Singot really requires time for them to download.
Oh,
no, like talagang pretty similar to what happened dun sa match nila kanina. They should have some rounds na pinapamigay nila in order to get a gist kung paano nag-ooperate yung kanilang mga kalaban. And after that, it's already good. Like they're good to go. They're ready to actually think of some ways kung paano nila matatapatan yun. But let's see if mahahayaan ba sila ng Cebu All-Stars to do that because once again, they are quite familiar with how each other play considering na magkaka-team yung iba dito sa mga member natin before. So let's see if that would be the case or meron ba silang mga ibang mga paraan para hindi yun umubra para sa kanila.
Yeah, one whole year na nagkalaro itong si Slatom, si Exotic at saka si Asta. But now they have been separated. Are bonded by blood. As the baby shutting down two players on ABS. The Blood Brother has shown that he is also capable of doing everything dito sa defensive side ng Cebu All-Stars. And they have not cut split up doon sa A main. Kaya na-punish agad yung pag-push nila sa A short. At ikaw one dito kay Asta Baby, but in return, they need to reset, fall back, trying to get their decisions in check dito. Nakapag-lurk na agad si I Love Milky din sa mid. Nakapag-ingay pa nga, lalo't sinira pa yung market door. But Blurred, now he's the one who tries the good shake of the stick. They got one dito kay Exotic, no, kay Slatom pala, my bad. As Brain Freeze,
30 seconds
now he's
left.
the guy to reset back. He has the ulti, but where is he gonna go? He kills off, tries dito kay Blurred, but he does have the dash to get back to safety.
Hihintay pa rin tayo ng mga further movements dito para sa side ng ABS. Pero they're running out of options, lalong-lalo na wala ng oras dito. And I think the best thing that they should do is to go and opt for a save. Because even if that they wanted to facilitate mid-control, hindi nila ito na utilize na maganda considering na hindi nagkaroon ng magandang pag-occupy ng mga angles dito on their end. Lalong-lalo na here na we have the Omen as well as the Jet here. Mukhang hindi nila yun. Ang tawag dito, like, they tried to opt for trades, pero hindi nila natitrade because of the advantage siguro na rin ng mga nag-hold dito on the side of Cebu All-Stars. 5-0, guys, in our scoreline. We are seeing na there's already some ultimates available here from both sides of the teams, pero we're not quite sure how they will be able to actually use this at its most.
Cebu All-Stars already caught on their heels as early as now. Kel already using that Odin. A lot of damage done, but he has gotten himself A mole inside the site. The shorty has shut down Exotic. Pinatulog ang kuya mong King Bob. But Kel, still inside the site, has rotated back onto the Spectre. Not the best gun in this defense. It is Slatham opening up the site itself. If Exotic is dead, you got another guy in Slatham who is a duelist at heart who opens up the site for the team.
Ayun nga lang, 3v4 ang ating labanan. Meron pa rin actually yung chance itong si Cebu All-Stars na pumalag further. But with the Odin na meron din dito, with heavy firepower, maaaring medyo mahirapan sila dito pero meron sila napitas. Sato will be falling down but the knight will be connecting to them indeed. I love Milty in the right space possible. He'll be able to connect into 2 already and mukhang meron pang isang mapipitas dito na Enjoyer. Yes, every single one here from the side of our defenders has been rummaged down by them. And finally, nagkaroon sila ng isang puntos para sa laban na to.
Oh man, I thought it was inside the smoke, but he just decided na talunan lang tong si Exotic. Parang siya yung may updraft eh. Parang siya.
Wala siyang pakialam eh.
Kaya nga eh, you know, the guy just behind you, since he did only have a Spectre to play against, diba? You know, just the space making. That also forces itong si Exotic to play up close since the Spectre is more effective in that kind of range.
Yeah.
Nalason siya ng shorty na meron pala itong si Kel, and he is up and ready to try to redeem himself sa dalawang failed attempts at trying to open up the site. Exotic close the door. The market hasn't been forgotten, but Kel, he has no hesitation. Alam niyang may tama siya dito kay Exotic. I love Milty does his best para mapatay niya agad ang defense with the triple kill for I love Milty. 4K for the Killjoy. One more para makuha ang ace at hinahanap na lang niya si Motorboat sa Emo. Nasaan ba siya? Lane side all around. Attack Killjoy lockdown. Forced into place doon sa backside. Papasok pa rin sa lane itong si Motorboat sa Emo. Hindi pa alam na nasa backside lang siya. Nakita niya agad ang KO. Shinutdown siya agad. At para sa isang segundo, mamamatay itong si Motorboat sa Emo. And I love Milty will get the ace para sa ABS.
Ang linis ng ginawa ni I Love Milty dito. The adrenaline from the Milty that he is drinking
May
just
caffeine.
really kept him over. Grabe yung caffeine intake niya. Hindi ko alam kung nagpapalpitate na siya nung nakuha niya yung ace na yun. Pero we have seen how he's been able to actually clear every single one here with really clean crosshair placements. Lahat sa ulo tinamaan. And even with that instance na okay na sana kay Motorboat sa Emo yung effort niya na i-push forward at i-contest yung lockdown na nilapag niya, hindi sila nagpatinag dito. And instead, I Love Milky's been able to just swing at the right or the best time possible. And instead, ngayon, natapos niya na itong round na to para sa kanila. Pero ngayon, heavy saturation dito sa B-site natin. Mukhang merong mapapalag dito si Kel kanina pa gumagamit ng mga items or mga weapons na talagang matitilt ka pag hinarap mo. And ngayon, mukhang may mapipitas pa siya from the Hunter's Fury. He is just popping off. Right here, right now, nahihirapan yung kalaban nila trumabaho. But ngayon, Texos, gusto pa rin pumalag. Medyo mapipitas pero not entirely enough dahil may kasagutan agad si Asta Baby dito. Ngayon, Asta Baby will be able to get Neto Enjoyer once again. Kanina pa naliligaw si Neto Enjoyer, but that would be a thrifty round on their end. Truly invalidating the ace na binigay ni I Love Milty kanina lang.
Kung hindi pala siya pro player, isa siyang security guard. Itong si Kel. 2 lucky shots all the way from B main, never expected and never relied upon. Ay talagang Hunter's Fury pa nga to get himself a 3K para magkaroon ng impact agad tong si Kel. Kung kanina siya yung magiging demonyo over at B main, eh siya naman ang mismong papasok sa loob para magkaroon ng impact sa team niya.
Parang guardian angel nila yun.
Oo nga eh. You know?
Malakas daw yung ano nila, malakas daw yung guardian angel nila sa likod. Ayun, we're still waiting for our players here to actually offer an entry. But once again, they're taking things slow. Hanggat maaari that they can secure the most info that they can. Of course, yun ang kanilang gagawin because that is the name of this game, laban ng may alam. But we are seeing na mukhang na-block na sila dito. Ang ganda na sana ng positioning niya dun. Yun nga lang, at the best, ano mo yun, ilang milliseconds lang yun. Eh, nakarangan kaagad ng dark covers na facilitate dito by the attackers. But now, they might actually go and opt for mid control. Market natin walang nagbabantay dito, but merong Killjoy na si King Bob na maaaring mag-swing sa kanila just in case and utilize all the abilities na meron siya. Lockdown natin available then just in case na Valak na gamitin, but we're seeing them swing. He will be able to get one, pero immediate trade here from Exotic. He will be able to go to the B side once again, pero hindi niya na-sure kung meron na bang nasa both side. Walang mapipit pa si Kel dito, and instead
30
siya
seconds
ang
left.
mawawala. And now, we have 30 seconds left. Now, the spike is being put down here, and
planted.
we are gonna see if posible ba na ma-trade ito ng mga member natin dito. Pero ano nangyari kay Asta Baby doon?
Nag-knife na lang sila dito.
Pinag-usapan? Pinlano?
Probably. Surely. I guess they're just gonna give up the round. Blur getting another sa ating knife round. I don't know what's going on. I think they're just opting to wait for the other guy na mga pagrigan na. I don't know what's going on, but
Ano gagawin?
they're just trying to have fun sa loob ng B-site natin. Akala ko magiging serious. Wala ko nakikita! They're just having fun. They're just having fun, you know? They're just trying to reconnect back into the game, and I'm assuming that it's gonna be our faces back on the cam. Hello, guys. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. Kami yung casters ninyo para sa ating magiging last qualifying game for TNC Cebu. A really weird round.
Like, bigla na lang sila na yun. Ano ba nangyayari, Lord? Sige, mag-knife na lang din tayo.
Yeah.
I really thought it's already going to be a 3v3, really bombed and fire na retake, pero, nah, never mind.
Nah, I'm just gonna knife. No, pero we got an update para sa inyo, mga kaibigan. We're just gonna have a rollback kasi mukhang we had some technical difficulties dun sa ating previous round. So just to make sure that everybody is tip-top shape dito sa ating retake, makikita natin yung ating previous round na mag-transpire ulit in everybody's condition before the technical issue has happened. So we are requesting everybody's patience dito, and thank you so much for supporting Predator League 2023 Philippine Qualifiers para sa Valorant. Well, that was a pretty interesting round, Mochi, no? Parang naglalabasan na agad ng gilas ang parehong Cebuana teams natin.
Yes, of course. And nakita naman din natin how they've been able to actually try and attempt to answer back. I mean, nagkaroon ng bahagyang advancements on the end of Agtang Bahog Singot, but there's still a lot of room that they have to cover. Kasi for the side of Cebu All-Stars is we have seen how clean they are in terms of their executions. They're well aware of how the enemy operates, and even if that they're trying to cook up something new, is talagang sinashutdown na lang, biglang nawawalan ng gas, nawawalan ng tubig panghugas ng mga, you know, you get the gist. But now, we are about to see kung meron nga ba silang mailalabas na something different, or if they'll be able to shut them down entirely. What if mabasa nila kung paano nag-ooperate itong si Cebu All-Stars or the other way around? Di natin sure. Bakit pwede kasing mangyari talaga eh.
Actually, parang napapansin ko nga na it has been a really good chance for them na i-tackle yung mid-push nila dito in a very different way sana. Yung mga protocol na ilang team sana, if you know that somebody is pushing yung market floor natin, is that you have two ways to go around with it. You can either play for retake, punta ka dun sa CT spawn, o kaya iiwanan mo yung iyong nag-iisang anchor dun sa may backside just to assume that he can play for info at saka play for time lang naman. Or, you could actually play around B main just so that you could cut the split off. Kasi yung mga mid-push, hindi yan 5-man push at all. Talagang may mag-split push dyan dito. That means if you kill off the two players na nagpo-push on B main, naiwan mong nasa tatlo lamang na nasa market lang sila. Yung mga nagro-rotate, isa-sandwich sila over at market, and that is when you can use yung B main position nyo. Kaya kapag kalalabas sila ng market, dun sila makakapitas from that B main position. That is just two of the ways that you can go about that round. Now we are back into the game, mga kaibigan. A default para sa ating ABS. Two players over at A main just so that they could try to overwhelm yung A main control na meron ang Cebu. Pero for the All-Stars, they want to play as passive as possible. Look at the positions over at B. Talagang walang magpupush over B main. They decide to take a chance at playing for the retake this time around, especially now that they have the Killjoy lockdown in place.
They might actually attempt the same thing, but never mind. Mukhang meron lang lumuronda dito si I Love Milk Tea yun, and the rest would be proceeding forward sa ating A lobby and main. Now, dahil gusto na talaga nilang mag-ingat as much as possible. Yun naman kanilang ginagawa. They know that there is strength in numbers and they're trying to utilize that the most that they can. Pero yun nga lang yung motorboat sa Imo. Meron siya napitak dito. Neto Enjoyer, kung kanina siya ang lagi naiiwan, meron siya napitak dito dalawa. E ngayaw it eventually leads us to them not being able to put the spike down yet because of all the series of inconveniences. Pero ngayon, meron pang isa na mahihirapan dito, and that is Kel. Kung kanina lang siya yung naging problema dito, ngayon si Arlov na and just like that, it is going to be a 50 round here for the side of ABS, and that is the end of our ninth round.
Sa unang inom ay nagkaroon ng sugar rush ang iba pang mga players natin over at Cebu All-Stars. Never expecting the lurk out from I Love Milk Tea. And a really strong push over A, overwhelming the Killjoy. Taking advantage of the only guy trying to hold down the site. The passive setup never worked out. They never had an opportunity to use the lockdown as well from King Bob. So that timing never worked out as well. ABS playing around the rotation timing of the players on ABS. Blurred. Now he is the one in control. The one way from the Omen actually gives a lot of cover para kay Blurred. And he would have died, especially since na-expect na agad ng ABS yung position niya dito. So they back off knowing na nandun yung MVP nila para labanan tong si King Bob, who is definitely the weakest so far sa laban na ito. But now they try to fight it with a very early ultimate from the KO. I Love Milk Tea pushing into the site. Overwhelming Kel, and they try to press on. B-site is theirs.
Grabe si I Love Milk Tea, no? Kala mo siya yung duelist, siya pa yung nauuna sa pag-entry ng site natin eh. But now we have 3 more existing people here sa side ng Cebu All-Stars. Motorboat sa Evil try and attempt to see if someone's in main. And mukhang meron nga, pero far back. Pero just as hindi nila yung na-expect. Biglang ang entry si I Love Milk Tea dito. Hunter Fury natin, ako connecta, pero not entirely enough to actually leave them alive. Pero si Brain Freeze, nakaabang just the moment na sira ang kanilang posisyon.
And that is the thing about the B main position again. The only time that I've seen them play the B main position pagkatapos ng post plant was where they needed to make sure na okay lang yung magiging post plant nila dito.
Yeah, yes of course. Pero we also see din dito na actually even if we want Slathom to execute further, hindi na nagagawa, yung nagiging main na initiator lang nila dito on the end of Abs is yung si Sova or itong si what do you call this? What's his name?
Si Slathom.
Yeah, ito si Neto Enjoyer pala. Ayan, si Neto Enjoyer lang yung nagiging firm na initiator nila because it's always Slathom na nawawala in the first few stages of our rounds, which is actually a problem kasi if they want to commit into somewhere, lagi silang nagkakaroon ng vague na info because that's the most that the knife can do is to disable the enemy from using any utilities but not entirely make them or let them detect kung saan exactly yung positioning ng kanilang mga opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a definitely an unfortunate cause para dito sa ating Cebu All-Star players. Pero mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng isa pang technical issue. May kakaroon daw tayo ng rollback of that previous round just to make sure that everybody is in tip-top shape. And now that they're back on their previous state before the issue, ngayon magkakaroon na agad ng pambawi or an opportunity to make bawi ang Agtang Bahog Singot. That's a really weird way to say it, no? Make bawi.
Make bawi, yeah. You need to make bawi right
make
here, right
bawi,
now.
bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes on the cast, nauubusan tayo ng sasabihin. And then
Hindi, we're just konyo at heart.
Yeah, that's true.
Hindi tayo nauubusan, like literal na konyo lang tayo.
Oo nga eh, nagiging konyo na lang tayo out of nowhere.
Pero, ayun.
Out of wala.
Out of wala. Out of nowhere, no? Out of wala.
Yeah. Yeah, naguguluhan nga ako minsan sa mga konya terms. Anong rug? Aalis tayo, pre. Rug ka ba? Anong rug ako?
RUG.
RUG pala. Ano yun? That's weird.
Hindi ko rin alam eh.
G ka ba, pare?
It's the BGC people. It's the Lasallians and Ateneans fault. Wow! Nanise, Eme.
Nanise naman siya. Okay lang yan. Kasi now we don't need to wait any longer. We're back into the game and Blurred, he's the guy who's trying to press their buttons. Already forcing a 3-man rotate all the way towards A after magkaroon ng 1v1 against the turret.
Yeah. Ngayon, nagja-jogging na sila papunta sa A site natin. And instant blockage lang naman ang ibibigay dito ng mga members natin from ABS. But still, they're still pushing forward. Wala silang pakialam as much as possible. Eh, talagang i-execute nila to further. Motorboat,
Wow.
nila paranoia, but everyone just fell down. Medyo na-late yung paggamit nila ng kanilang mga abilities. And now, it's already them here at the A site. Full in tip-top condition.
planted.
Ngayon, si Kel na naiwan dito with the Sheriff alone. But we are about to see if there is a probability for him to actually get someone. And yes, meron siya napitas. And that is exotic. But now, we're still waiting for him to actually pop additional heads if he has the capacity na gawin yun.
Yeah, I have to assume na talagang this will be a round for ABS because of the beautiful transition from the guy that is exotic. The Jet player is popping off definitely. He's showing his nerve dito. Kung gaano siya kagaling mag-NT, mga kaibigan, nakita mo yung 360 na ginawa na itong si Exotic nung pumasok sa site. Already
Last round
converting
in the
down
half.
onto the generator player, plus expecting the guy to come out of the door after niya mag-ingay with the full swing. Reflexes all around. Look at that. 180 shot from Exotic, and this guy is showing why he should be heralded as the demon of Cebu. E pinakita na agad ng Agtang Bahog Singot that he is the winning condition. He is the guy to watch out for. But now they want to double dip. ASAT again being the focus, not that much utility. And the only guy who tries to hold it is
You
all the
should
way
run.
over towards Hell. Nakinakol na agad the
no.
motorboat sa Emo. At tactical lockdown in place.
And ngayon, mukhang meron silang idea kung nasaan si Motorboat sa Emo with the dark covers na kanyang nilapag dito. Paranoia not gonna connect into anything, pero mukhang siya mapapatumba just that instant operator natin dito. Hindi ko connecta and I love milk tea. Nako, right click lang naman sa mukha ang kanyang ibibigay. Pero ngayon, it's going to be Exotic being able to put Asta Baby down as well. And he will try to extend further, but mukhang hindi siya pagbibigyan dito ni Kel. Naku, may Odin pa nga sila, no? And they're still waiting for them to actually go down just in case na mangangahas pa rin sila na mag-retake dito. It's the last round of our first half, kaya kailangan all in na talaga sila dito. Pero mukhang mahihirapan talaga silang gawin yun with all the odds against them already.
Kel down to 3, already knocked out by Brain Freeze. That one wall bang to secure a
Switching
6-6. The first 6-6 dito sa buong qualifying stage. At talagang ang parehong Cebuano teams ay nagpapakitang gilas para magkaroon ng spot sa group stages natin. You're seeing so much star power from both Kel and Asta Baby over at Cebu All-Stars. But the man who's holding down the fort talaga is I Love Milk Tea. And wherever you would see him lurk around the map para magkaroon ng opening, sometimes he is there, sometimes he is everywhere, and sometimes he is nowhere to be seen. Talagang napakahirap siyang ipinpoint
Placing swarm
kapag
grenade.
nasa T-side na siya. Pero ngayon, kailangang ipakita kung
Right
gaano
here.
siya ka-reliable sa defense ngayon para sa ABS. But for Cebu All-Stars, it is all showboating so far
Standing
dito
ahead.
sa kanilang main attacking side. Sila naman ang ngayon na magpo-push heavily over towards mid. It is Exotic who tries to kick first blood, pero Kel now one shot all the way from downtown, enough to secure themselves that first kill on second half. The flash shot para dito kay Asta Baby, but it is Neto Enjoyer who dies in the brink of death. Brain Freeze again, falling back to the 4 versus 3, but against all odds, it is Motorboat sa Emo who opens up the site and making it a 2 versus 4.
Solid.
Spike planted.
Literal na solid kasi lahat sila, kung saan sila pupunta, dun din lahat tutungo. Like literal, if they
No
are
more.
going to go to the A site, then definitely
No way.
everyone's gonna go there. Pero yun nga lang, yung shock dart natin kumukonekta each and every corner na meron dito sa ating door. And he's been able to shut down a couple of our members
One
already
enemy
here.
remaining.
But now, nako, kanina na tong si Slatom, ngayon is already on third and ngayon, potentially fourth, and he would be able to clear that out with a couple of shock darts connecting and both of our members here from Cebu All-Stars. Interesting.
The guy has so many to throw at para sa Cebu All-Stars. He had 2 shock darts that both resulted in 2 kills each. And then he just pulls out a really interesting entry into the site. Almost like expecting na nandun siya sa hell at nakahanap pa nga dun sa wine for the last kill. This guy, Slatom, almost seems like they have a second duelist up their sleeve dito.
Para siyang nag-stop, look, listen, and learn eh.
Kaya nga eh.
Like literal na, okay, I stop, I look, I get the shock dart, and then yes,
Oh.
they learn that they shouldn't be in that position in the first place.
Bago siya tumawid, tumingin siya both ways, tapos
Yun
binato
nga
niya
eh.
yung shot dart. Imaginein mo eh.
Ang funny noon, that's a crucial moment dito, no? I hope that it will be in our highlights later.
Please.
But, please, utang na loob, Rod.
Oh my.
Pero right now, we have the advantage here on the end of Agtambahog Singot. Just as I was about to mention, tapos na ang kanilang download. But the question is hanggang kailan? Because Cebu All-Stars might actually catch up. But for now, mukhang ABS is establishing dominance. You know what? We already know where you guys are gonna go. You already know what your next steps are. And yun nga ang kanilang pinapakita dito. And there might be a high potential nga naman nga kasi talaga na they are much more stronger in terms of defending, which is pretty similar to what is currently happening right now.
I do wonder kung bakit nag-pull back yung KO ng yes para suportahan tong si Exotic because he is not hesitating to take this head on, but that is where the problems will start para sa defense ng APS. Kaya kailangan bumalik ni Brain Freeze, na spotted siya agad ni Motorboat, kaya kailangan niya maging passive at hintayin yung mga teammates niya. Second out from Slatom, a triple, a 4K for Slatom, 999 para sa 6-8 ng ABS at mukhang live ang onslaught ng Cebu All-Stars.
Ang tindi naman ni Slatom. Ikalawang round niya nang nag-4K, no? No one's stopping this guy already. Yeah, back to back. Like, currently, he's just really popping heads here and there, regardless of whatever gun he uses, or ability even, no? The shot darts kanina. And kung kanina nakikita natin that I Love Milk Tea is standing up for his team, ngayon naman, si Kel naman ang tama, si Slatom naman ang tumatrabaho nun. And he is showing na, you know what? I Love Milk Tea, itabi. Ako naman.
Ako
naman ang magbibigay ng mga highlights dito para sa araw na to. And so far, they are doing well at the current time.
Yeah, tama na yan. Ako naman yung gagawa.
Yep.
Kumbaga, kayang-kaya ko na to. Kaya, for this moment in time, A short being that opening. It's nice that they put yung alarm bot dito para magkaroon ng dependency sa A main push. Kung dun nga manggagaling ang Cebu. Pero, for Cal, giving that much info for the team already, knowing na nandun si Brain Freeze, they're in a lot of trouble. They need to force out yung rotate nila all the way over towards A short. Really good fragment just to buy some time, some space over, push doon sa may A, pero they never knew about the nano swarms just yet. Buhay pa rin tong si I Love Milk Tea, hindi pa rin sumasabog, lalo na't alam nila kung gaano kalapit ng mga nano swarms na to. Early 5 versus 5, Hunter's Fury plus the usage of the knife just to point out kung saan masisira lahat ng util nila. Blurred, shutting down Brain Freeze, a huge pick para sa retake sana ng ABS, pero lalaban pa rin sila. Pero hindi pa rin alam kung nasaan si Asta Baby. Mawala ang smoke, lalabas sila, nakatatlo si Asta Baby, and just like that, the retake is not on for ABS.
Napaka-crucial ng positioning ni Asta Baby dito, and just like that, he would be able to secure 4K, and that just gives him a flawless round nga talaga, no? It is definitely crucial nga rin talaga yung positioning na yon. Usually, if you want to play it safe, you'll just crouch dun sa mga boxes eh. Pero Asta Baby is just a different breed. Like, he just wanted to know, you know what? Hindi nila ako i-expect dito. He's so confident to the point na hindi talaga siya tinignan ni isa. I think the factor na rin talaga that the dark covers is there, and he has been able to present himself in that moment at the right time. Pero ngayon, it's already a 7-8. Ang lapit pa rin ng ating laban dito, and hintayin natin kung kailan nga ba talaga magkakaroon ng prime na moments ang ating mga members dito from the side of Cebu, because at the current time, yes, they've got that highlight already, but it should equate to a victory of their team dito sa match natin ngayon.
God, gotta love yung mga setups natin, especially from Cebu All-Stars, gaining confidence back up, making use of the mistakes given to them by their opponents dito. Just as we thought, they are trying to rotate back now. Now they want to commit the fight dito. Already locked the door down doon sa markets, and they have secured yung B site itself. And they've already put down yung kanilang magiging cutter doon sa may B main, and that is the Sova from Cebu. Wala pa siyang ultimate, kaya reliant na lang sila sa guns na meron sila dito. Pero it will start with that ultimate. The ultimate out from the KO on the B side itself. Waiting for them to pull the trigger itself. Waiting for when they are able to use the flash. I love Milk Tea. The first shot to Ask the Baby, they deny yung KO, and they already got the frags. It is Latham again para sa City side. They forced out of 3 versus 4. They're boxed in towards sa ating B, but Blurred will get them out of the sight. 2 kills para sa Cebu, and it's all on the KO. Neto Enjoyer, pinakain ng Vandal. Naka-triple si Blurred at wala silang nakita kundi ang kamatayan nila.
Ang ganda na sana ng ginawa ni ABS dito na inintay nila ang isa't isa bago sila mag-opt for a full retake. But at the same time, hindi talaga nila na-expect na magiging entryway nila dito for the advantage is yung mapipick off nila sa main. Ayun nga lang, Blurred. Alam na natin how potent this guy is. He's just popping heads. 3K, every single one is not even looking at him. And he isn't even expected na nandun siya sa stairs just chilling.
And it's also because of the fate that they were given to them. Yung position sila pakatapos patayin yung B-main player na lang Soba. That was the result of that, pushing them towards the lane. Now they want to aggress over mid. Slatum to take that first blood, KKL. Now they don't have somebody to gather info unless they count the KO in. Bob will be waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Nagpo-push na agad sila with a split over towards that A side push. Pero now, it is Exotic. Has to make the first move. Nakatakbo na agad tong si King Bob. Over at that A side brain freeze. Rundstad over from Hell. The Demon over from Cebu is climbing out of the depths as brain freeze. He will fight out of the site. It is Slatham who will take down Blurred. It is all on King Bob. But it's soon enough that he will get thwarted. Pero mukhang lalaban siya. Nakadalawa pa nga si King Bob. But Slatum 999 will put the final nail into the 9th round win.
I really love the fact na kahit si Brain Freeze hindi siya Sentinel, he acts like it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Lalong-lalo na he's just holding dito sa ating Hell area. He's been able to secure a couple. And well aware siya that there's someone at the generator as well. And just na siya lang mag-isa habang inaantay the rest of the team dito na si Slatom and as well as si Neto Enjoyer na mag-rotate dito sa A site natin. Everyone's already down.
Yeah.
Hanggang si King Bob na lang na naiiwan and that's just an immediate round for them.
I know, right? And at this point, it's almost as if they have 2 duelists to work with dito. It's almost as if they have somebody to fall back on kapag hindi nakakapag-entry ng ayos tong si Exotic. Kapag hindi naman nagkakaroon ng kahit ano pang answer, yung KO natin, si Slatom ang mismo magbibigay ng sagot dito. And Brain Freeze holding his nerve as well. Hindi na niya kailangan labanan ng mabilisan lamang. Talagang patience paying off as well from the Omen. But at this point, that impatience has been punished. Brain Freeze locked away dito sa ating 5 versus 4. Walang ultimate lockdown ang ABS para ma-push away ang lahat ng Cebu All-Stars. So they either have to have a 4-man save or labanan nila ito.
You should run.
Siyempre, mag-o-opt yan sa laban. Ngayon nga lang, lockdown natin is inalapag na on the end of ABS. And this is going to be quite difficult for them to offer retake for dahil pumapalag pa rin ang Cebu All-Stars. And at the current time, this leads us 3 more people assisting here. Not enjoying the detain. But yung mga kasama niya, pumapalag pa rin. They're already near here sa ating 5. Pero yun nga lang, I don't think that the time will be permitting them to try and offer a defuse.
Yeah, I mean, okay lang naman na mag-save sila dito. No harm in that, but they do give away another round, making it a very close contest. 9-9 na tayo mga kaibigan. Ang parehong Cebu All-Stars at ABS not giving an inch to each other. But the fact remains that they did save pa rin yung dalawang guns na dito. They will have fighting power, at the very least, wanting fighting power compared to how they would be if they did not save these guns at all. They have enough money para bilhan yung ibang mga rifles, kaso naka-light shield lang yung iba sa kanila dito. I wonder if magse-save tong si Brain Freeze kasi siya yung closest na meron sa kanila na magkaroon ng operator para dito kay Exotic. Will try to opt for the Stinger instead of another Phantom. I feel like it is towards the operator para mabigyan ng beacon and so for the Exotic to thrive.
That is if they will be able or they are willing to go for that investment. Dahil ngayon, mukhang puro contestment dito. Close quarter combat na nangyayari dito. Ngayon, mukhang pumalag pa rin sila dito sa Cebu All-Stars. Pero yun nga lang sila ang napasama. Ngayon, pumapasok na sila dito sa A-site natin. Clear coast for them. Readily available sa kanila ang site na ito at sila na ang umuokupa. Pero mukhang merong manggagaling sa likuran. I wonder if i-expect nila na si Slato may manggagaling doon. Kailangan nila itong ingatan pero
Not
meron na
ready
rin
yet.
nakaabang. But now, we're just waiting for them to actually opt and try na mag-retake. Pero ngayon, with the current substances na meron tayo ngayon, mukhang medyo mahirap to para sa kanila and they are really thinking it through.
So it's kind of feeling like they might save again for this next coming round. Baka exits lang yung hinahanap ni Slatom, but pulling back from what he was originally thinking about doing, kind of the smart strat nga naman. Unless he meets everybody
Uy, wait
doon
lang.
sa ating CT, but I love Milk Tea to hold para makita agad.
Oh!
Kaso napatay ni Motorboat sa Ino. Gonna be that impactful of a kill since he did only have a stinger to work with dun sa round na yun. But they still keep the two Phantoms that they kept 2 rounds prior dito sa ating magiging laban. Cebu All-Stars, they get the lead very, very late into the game. Katulad nga lang kanina kung saan they needed so much time to download their opponent's strats, find out their tendencies, look at what they're doing in every single round at ngayon pa lang sila nagkaroon ng winning form.
Agtambang o singot, if ever na matalo sila dito sa round na to, it would not look good in terms of their economy. They will be resorting for a Nico buy once again. And of course, available pa rin ang ating mga ultimates here from both our Sovas and as well as our Omens. So I'm quite sure how they will be able to actually use this one if ever they want to gain an edge sa kanilang mga kalaban or try to equalize it all out. Pero ngayon, they might opt for our default push here dito sa B site natin just in case, but mukhang nakakaramdam na rin sa I Love Milk Tea na dito nga sila pupunta. Kaya naman, nakiusap nila, palagay ka na dito ng smoke dito sa main natin sa B because there is a high probability na dito sila magko-commit, which is quite interesting because I think Cebu All-Stars is already aware sila na dito sila magpupush, but they're not rotating, they're just committing.
Yeah, ang tangong bahog Singot has already found the core. At dito na agad nakapag-secure ang ABS kung saan sila magde-defense. Latom already towards Asta Baby. They got the spike itself and Brain Freeze already getting a second para sa kanilang defense. 3 versus 4. They push on. The wall bang from Motorbot sa Evo. They're trying to get so much, but Latom brings it back. 1v2, Kel on alone. At kailangan niya
30 seconds
kalabanin si Exotic at saka si Latom, but the headshot was perfect and they crunch in a 10-10. Abong sa bahog Singot. Already getting the equalization.
Na-traffic si Kel, pre. Kayang-kaya sana nila yon kung dumating si Kel much more earlier than that. Afford na sana nilang ipanala yon. But still, it seems like Exotic and as well as their Sova here na si Slatom would still be able to have the last lap because once again, it's still about the numbers after all. Pero ngayon, nagamit nila yung kanilang Hunter Fury or both of their ultimates na available kanina. So that just means already Cebu All-Stars turn para sumagot sa kung ano ang damage na in-inflict nila kanina lang. Pero mukhang B-site naman ang kanilang pupuntahan. They're much more prepared than ever to try to go for counter. Hunter Fury is not gonna connect on anyone, but I love will be able to pick couple of members already. Ayun nga lang is hindi niya makukuha si Kel and instead siya ang mapapabagsak nito. Now the spike is being planted here at the B site and we are still waiting for them to actually offer additional casualties and yun na nga ang ginagawa ni Brain Freeze dito. Ang time pa nilang utilities na pwedeng magamit pero tapang free fire lang si Motorboat at ngayon na nga umaarangkada na. Now, it's a 1v3. Is it possible na siya ba ay may mapipitas? Mukhang hindi na. Because Laton, kanina ka pa. Gigil na gigil itong kumpare mo dito.
Kanina pang kinakagat ang ating mga miyembro from Cebu All-Stars. Ginawang lechon ang 5 miyembro on the attacking side. And for Slatom, he had a very quiet rise to the scoreboard. And it all is assisted by I Love Milk Tea. He held his nerve. He is not one to take the fight outside of CT. He wants to take it up close and personal. Nilabas ang kanyang Vandal at in-expect na sila agad doon pa lang sa ating market door. Another 11-10 at quickly from bottom frag to top frag, si
Parkour!
Slatom nag-parkour. Ang kaibigan nating naka-triple-double At kailangan siya yung magiging key to unlock the potential for ABS to move on in towards the group stages.
I mean, he fell back. Pero that just means na mas malakas yung launch niya. And that is what he is showing here right now. They're one step away from the match point. And to be fair, it's still a pretty close match. But at the same time, this is going to be really good for the side of ABS because that just means they already got the momentum. They got all means of morale boost that they can ever have dun sa mga previews na mga rounds na meron tayo. So, ewan ko na lang talaga. Diba? Kung hindi pa sila ganahan na tapusin to. They also got the money. They got the utilities. So it's better for them to actually use this at its most. Kahit na medyo kulang siya, pero mukhang merong kukonekta dito ng mga bala dito from both of our top fraggers here from the side of ABS. At magagawa nila yun na maganda si Asta Baby. Subukan sumagot, pero siya ay meron ng mapipitas na isa. And still, they are being hindered by our attackers here. Cebu All-Stars na try mag-contest, pero merong mapipitas dito sa motorboat. Immediate na answer dito from Nero Enjoyer. And now, ako, si Asta Baby na lang ang maiiwan dito. And kailangan yun mag-ingat. Pero kung sakali man na masesegregate niya tong mga miyembro natin, since nasa kanya yung spike, mas maganda. Pero mukhang magkakakitaan sila dito ni Arlan Milty. Never mind pala. They're still one step away from seeing each other. Pero susubukan niyang i-contest ito. Mapipitas niya. Alam niya kung nasa si Flame Freeze. Meron siyang oras para mag-execute, everyone. 10 seconds on the clock. There's still a high probability na mapapanalo niya ito. That is if he'll be able to segregate these members momentarily. Pero magkasama sila sa market. Nako, nag-iintayin sila. They will close up onto him. Pareho sila manggagaling dito sa iisang side lang. And he will try to fend them off if it is truly possible. Pero ngayon, hindi niya yun magagawa. And instead, Brain Freeze will be able to shut this guy down, being accompanied by Nero Enjoyer.
Sayang, kasi nakuha na niya yung napakagandang target na Killjoy doon pa lang sa market kasi stuck siya from the very same position that he held for 20 seconds now. And then he had time para makapag-plant the spike over at B, but the amount of util that they can still push onto him over at lane, kaya na-bait siya agad. He needed to destroy that at yun tuloy nakatingin siya sa isang corner kung saan nag-push pa lang yung dalawang players on ABS to double flank him, to double peek him. Hindi tuloy siya nakakaroon na napagandang crosshair placement.
Actually, it's really good kasi that just means na sobrang coordinated nila sa isa't isa to the point na, you know what, hindi na natin kailangan maghiwalay. You don't have to occupy the other side of the stairs kasi kahit na magkasama tayo, as long as there is there's this certain moment na kailangan niya pang mag-isip kung sinong uunahin niyang patayin, that's already enough for them and yun nga yung kanila nagawa. But now, they might opt sa A-side natin but heavily guarded ng mga members natin from ABS, pero meron na talaga silang mapipitas dito as the baby will be removed immediately, pero hindi nila alam na nasa likod pa nila si Exotic and that is more than enough for ABS to actually declare na they are in control in this current round and potentially last round.
Oh man, the beginning of the end is starting to stir dito sa ating magiging last round possibly. If matatalo ang Cebu All-Stars, yung Hell at yung Heaven na tinatry tingnan kung nasaan ang kalaban nila, na deny na agad ang info. Dalawa na lang ang natitira for Cebu All-Stars. And this star is almost starting to fade. Hindi na tuloy naniningning ang kanilang between habang ang ABS nag-shine through dito, habang pinapatay na lang ni Neto Enjoyer ang nag-iisa nilang initiator. And it's all on the Omen. Motorboat sa Imo. Matatapos na ang baterya niya. By-headshot lang siya ni Neto Enjoyer. It is a 13-10. The best Cebuana team moving on towards the group stages.
Literal na amoy pawis, guys, because they've been able to win our last match for today. And that just shows kung gaano kalaki yung kanilang improvement from our first match na kanina nang natin nakita. And now, it has been gone down with a 13-11. Such a close match, such a good place. And we have seen kung sino yung mga notable players na kailangan nating mataan advancing in our later stages.
What a game! What a performance for both of our Cebuana teams. I have expected nothing more sa pareho nating teams natin. I have expected that this qualifier alone will have a really high standard in terms of how competitive it will be at talagang nag-deliver ang parehong teams natin. Congratulations sa Agtang, Bahog, Singot, they will move on towards the group stages. Unfortunate para sa Cebu All-Stars. They have shown prowess sa lahat ng naging strats nila. Pero baka makita natin sila sa susunod na mga qualifiers, di ba?
Yeah, actually, malaki yung chance talaga na mamanalo sila, eh, no?
Yeah.
There is, with what we just seen kung how they were able to budget everything and manage everything, even if they're still familiarizing with one another, iba pa rin kasi talaga yung iba pa rin kasi talaga yung compositions nila in terms of pag nagra-rank lang sila or nagsiscreams, kumpara dito sa nasa qualifiers talaga sila ng live game na all stakes already on the table.
Yeah.
But I just really want to commend yung mga players natin dito from the side of ABS because we have seen how potent yung mga members natin dito. Si Neto Enjoyer, even if his KDA doesn't say that much, it's all about the singular rounds na meron dito, how he's been able to support each other in the team with the KO na meron siya, and even with the no command, lagi niya nagagamit in the best times possible. It's just really crucial then for Slatom and Exotic, or the rest of the team rather, kung gaano sila nag-execute because lahat sila, hindi lang yung kanilang duelist yung nagpi-free ng space, lahat sila. No, parang lahat sila duelist with all of the highlights na meron tayo dito sa ating mga laro ngayon.
Yeah, you can never forget about that Bucky double kill. Dun sa
True.
A-Shirk by Neto
Yeah,
Enjoyer,
that's fire.
the king of eco, kumbaga, para dito sa laban ng ABS. They have shown prowess in every single form that they've had, at excited akong makita sila sa group stages natin, pero hindi tapos ang laban sa lahat ng mga nag-participate dito sa ating bracket. Malay mo, makita natin yung mga familiar faces na ito sa susunod mga qualifiers. We will be expecting a lot more, lalo na sa ating susunod na qualifiers doon sa Pampanga, kung saan makikita natin ang mga maglalaro sa TNC Holy Angel University over at the North. Baka naman makita natin sila maglaro at baka makita natin ang Holy Angel University Esports team, ang
Valiant.
Valiant, no?
Yes.
Valiant Esports?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
malay mo makita natin sila. Kaya yung mga yung mga excited na sumali sa ating mga susunod qualifiers, don't forget, makikita namin kayo next week sa 23 over at Pampanga. Makikita din namin kayo at the week after that over at TNC Las Marinas on September 30. Pero huwag nakalimutan, may mga online dates din tayo over at October 7, October 8, October 14,
And
at
15.
October 15. Kaya huwag niyong kakalimutan na kung gusto niyong sumali sa ating qualifiers para sa Predator League, ay pwede kayong pumunta sa Predator Gaming on our Facebook page para malaman kung paano kayo mag-register.
Thank you so much everyone for watching. But of course, bago tayo mag-goodbye, thank you so much din sa ating mga official sponsors for Predator League PH, Qualifiers 2023, Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9.
Of
And
course,
syempre,
huwag natin kalimutan ang ating motto, no matter the results,
Yes.
win or lose, always stand proud. Huwag natin kayong makikita. Well, it's proud the proud, kumbaga, sa ating mga naging results natin dito. Ako pala si Ramon, sama ko si Mochi. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week on September 23 para sa third day ng qualifiers para sa Philippine Qualifiers ng Predator League 2023. Nakalimutan ko mismo kung ano yung country natin.
okay guys, pahinga na tayo.
Recon.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Enemy killed.
One enemy
My
remaining.
ultimate is ready. Got three. Go ahead.
Spike down B. remaining. Thrifty.
Nowhere to run!
Last
Yeah. Blocking sight.
No more. Shock dart. Revealing area.